Hello. I don't know if I'm what do you mean I'm muted? I don't know if people can hear me or not. I'm having one of those days. Um, cool. And how's the sound? Good now. Thanks. Thanks, guys. How's the sound? Is the background sound too loud? Is everything good? I hope everything's good. I am using my Spotify in the background for some perfect, awesome, thank you. Use Spotify in the background for some creative ambiance, if you will. Um, welcome. Welcome to my campaign builder. Thank you guys for choosing to hang out with me on this Saturday, opposed to, going outside and being productive. I want to thank you for hanging out. So one thing I do want to explain, um, I am running this from a kind of a clunky setup. So when I'm looking over here, I'm actually double checking the chat to make sure I haven't missed anything. Um, and then later on, I'm actually going to be typing a lot of my notes for my own. The outside is cold. That's why you would want to come. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be typing my own notes to build my own campaign, but I want this to be a safe space. So I do have moderators out there that will wield the ban hammer if you're being a dick. So don't be a dick. If you have ideas that you want to share, amazing, awesome, throw them in the chat. If you have questions about something that I'm talking about, um, you can DM Demetrio, you can DM Scarshak, or you can just throw it in the chat in general. I want this to be, conversation. I want this to be, a creative place that we can build our own campaign. So I will be using. I have to figure out where to put my coffee cup, because this is literally what I want this to be. I want this to look like we are hanging out together IRL. So yeah, I'm gonna figure out where to put my coffee cup, and I'm gonna be rifling around my desk. So you can see a picture on the screen there of what I'm going to be using. This is the campaign book that I'm using. And it's got all sorts. Oh, that fat lot good that did. Whatever. It's got all sorts of super cool stuff. I bought it on Amazon for about 20 bucks. And it is amazing. I can't rave about it enough. So, the author there, you can see the credit where credit is due. Sean Griggs is the author. I bought it off Amazon. There is a version that is hardcover as well as softcover. He also does character creation books that you can put all of your character sheets on. You can have all of your character background on. I can't rave about this author enough. So that is pretty neat, pretty sweet. So yeah, if as I said earlier, I want this to be a creative process, so you don't necessarily have to exactly, inspiration comes in many forms. You don't have to necessarily, build the same campaign I'm doing. You can use these questions that we're going to talk about to build your own campaign. Grab some paper, grab a crop top, grab a whatever, jot some notes down. So why? Why am I building this campaign? So back in November, some of you might remember that Wizards of the Coast decided that they were going to change their open gaming license. And that actually really threw me for a loop because I had already started developing a transformational coaching program called A Familiar Breakthrough. That is dissociation through creation and a whole bunch of clinical psychology garble that I won't get into right now. But I stood to take a pretty heavy hit from WotC if they ended up changing the open gaming license. So I am not gonna lie, I went through a huge depressive spiral and I tore up everything that I'd worked on for like 6 months. I just trashed it, and I was like, well, this is my life now. Who cares? And then I made the decision to flip into streaming, like we are now. Huzzah. And that's when the universe started to conspire. Um, that's when I started getting all of the subtle hints of, there's other dice mechanics out there than just the classic 5e, right? So that's what I want to start with today. You are not necessarily pigeonholed to the 5th edition 1d20 dice system. That is going to be the first one I'm going to talk about. And so I'm going to get my phone out of the way. Look at my cool little setup, guys! Isn't this neat? So we all know the classics. Some of you who might be seeing this for the first time might not even know what a d20 is. So that's why I'm going to go through this from the very beginning, because this video will be posted on YouTube for any reference or anything like that. So if you know, oh, is it really that bad? Or is it's kind of, yeah, I think it's whatevs. So, for those of you that have never seen a d20 before, look at that. That's a d20. It's pretty basic. Most notably, the 1d20 system is what everybody uses. That is your classic 5th edition. That is your campaigns that you see on Critical Role, on High Rollers, on Realmsmith, Curse of Strahd. 99% of the time when people are talking about D&D, they're talking about the 1d20 system. So, what is the 1d20 system? Basic math. You have your character structure, which again, I'm going to go into a little bit later, but your character structure will have your modifiers. If you're strong like Grunk, then you might have a really great modifier. So we'll say your strength is like a +2. Awesome. Right? Yep. Strong like Grunk. You got a +2. Awesome. So I, as the game master, are going to make you roll a strength check. Perfect. We know that you have a strength modifier of 2. We rolled a 13. 13 plus 2 is 15. Basic math. I, as a dungeon master, have set the difficulty level as a 15. If you roll above a 15, you succeed. In this case, you matched 15. The mechanic in this particular rule set is meets it, beats it. So I rolled a 15, I met what the DC check was, I have beat it. We'll do it again, just for educational purposes. So that time it was a 9. 9 plus 2 is 11. Again, basic math, the DC was a 15. I did not meet the DC, the difficulty check, or the difficulty class, whatever you want to call it. And so I fail. Natural 20, which I never roll. I am told that people roll natural 20s. I personally rarely ever roll natural 20s. This is usually, and I say usually depending on skill sets and DMs, a critical success. Awesome. You know what? You rolled a nat 20. You are going to be celebrated for your natural 20. Again, I rarely roll these, so I don't know what happens when you roll a nat 20. I, on the other hand, am very knowledgeable in the critical failure. Natural 1. That's my jam. I rolled nat 1s like they are going out of style. Critical failure. Usually that causes some backlash, and usually that causes some hilarity in said game. So, classic D20 system, again, I feel like everybody knows the classic D20 system because you see it on Critical Role, you see it on High Rollers, you see it on Realmsmith. 9 times out of 10 when you talk about D&D, classic D20. The next one, actually, is what I have really come to like, is the 2D20 system. The 2D20 system is most notably used by Modifius, and they are a gaming company out of the UK. They are responsible for the Fallout RPG, Fallout Wastelands RPG. They also have Call of Cthulhu. They use the 2D20 system, so I have my Fallout dice here. And what the 2d20 system is very simple. You have a target number. We'll use a target number of 7. Perfect. I need to roll at least 1 dice under a 7 for a success. So we have a 6, and we have an 11. That's, whoops, upside down. Oh god. And we have an 11. I have 1 success. Huzzah! I, as the game master of Fallout, have decided that I need at least 1 success to succeed on whatever it is that I'm doing. Congratulations, I did it. If I roll a natural 1, which I do all the time, that's a critical success. That counts as 2 success points, opposed to 1. Extra good things are going to happen. A natural 20, again, I never roll, is a critical failure. So that means that's 2 failures. So if you're going towards something that needs a group check of 5 successes, you rolled a nat 20, you have already caused 2 critical failures. Womp womp. This one is new. Yeah, not meeting the DC is half the fun. That's where all the good stories come from. So the 2d20 system is somewhat new. It's not as mainstream, but I like it strictly because it's a lot harder to min-max. It's a lot harder to, put your skill points and your ability points into character creation that you're going to be like, oh, even if I roll a 1, I have a plus 18, so I'm going to be an unnatural 20 every single time with an average DC. No. That's stupid. Don't min-max. The 2d20 system, personally, what I really like, is a success rate. You have a target number. You have to roll under that number. If you do, yay. If not, boo. You need 1 success. Huzzah! It's pretty basic. If you have any questions on the 2d20 system or as things start coming up, I know that I do talk a little fast, but that's because I'm scared as fuck. But anyway. So yes, I prefer the 2d20 system, and I want to reiterate, this is your campaign. The campaign that we are making is your campaign. You can use whatever rule set you want. If you want to use 5e, and you want to use the 1d20 system, 100%. If now you have realized that there is a 2d20 system and you want to learn more about it, let me know. This is my personal favorite. The second one, actually technically the third one, but the next one on the new system is the 2d10. So d10s are probably the most confusing, and I don't want to say the most underutilized, but they're probably the most confusing. So this is a d10, right? This is also a d10. Oh, I don't like that dice. Let's get another d10, because I am picky. Let's do that. There we go. That's better. So there. This is a d10. This is also a d10. Clearly, this says 30. This can either be 40, or it can be 4. So, in classic 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons, sometimes you'll have to roll a percentile dice, which is 2d10. So this is considered a 34. That kind of makes sense, right? 44, right? It's once you get the hang of it, it's not that hard. 73, woohoo! What the confusing part is the heck is that? How do you roll a 0 on a d10? That's a 10. That's the 1. So a 0 on a d10 is a 10. 0 on a d10 is a 10. That's the 1. That's where it gets confusing. Because what does that mean? Is that an 11? Or is it 101? This is where some things... Oh my goodness, I just picked up what this song was. This is where things can get a little confusing, right? But regardless, so the 2d10 system is based on percentiles. So with your modifiers, let's say, you have a 40% chance of success. If you roll, and again, this is the basic. Some rule mechanics will do it differently. These are the mechanics that I am familiar with. Percentile system, if you have a 40% chance of succeeding, I rolled a 23. That's a fail. 40% chance of succeeding. 34. You have to get... Oh wait, no. You have to get under. See? This is why I don't use a 2d10 system. You have to get under. So the 23 was actually a success, because 40% chance of success, you have to roll under the success rate. This is a... I'm assuming this is a 60 and a 9. Nice. 69. Fail. 2d10 system. This can be used in Vampire the Masquerade. Sometimes you'll find them in other... Usually it's a subclass of a rule set. It's not always used as a main system. That's right. Nice. Because it does get very confusing, and it can cause a lot of rifts. So if you want to use a D10 system, just on a basic, you know what, I'll give you a 50-50% chance of winning. Perfect! You know, as the Game Master, you are in charge. But, as the Game Master, you also want to make sure that your players understand what the heck they're doing. And so, if you're going to make a complicated rule system, it might not be the greatest for new players that you want to bring in. 2d10 system. Questions? No ice? Awesome. The next one is the Essence D20. This one is stupid. IMHO. I do not like the Essence D20 system. I haven't played it personally because the mechanics seem very clunky as far as I'm concerned. The Essence D20 system, it was actually created by Renegade Gaming, and they're the people who released the Transformers RPG, as well as Ninja Turtles. There's a couple of Ninja Turtles RPGs out there, I understand. They have their own version of a Ninja Turtles RPG, and it utilizes the Essence 20. So, let me grab my notes, because I legitimately had to write this down when I was learning this, because it's silliness. So, Essence 20 utilizes... Oh, I don't have my... Well, yeah, I do. Okay. Utilizes a D20, a D10, a D12. Where's D12? I don't have a D12 in here. Yes, I do. Let me get my other dice. There's a D8. There's a D4. D8. And a D6. We all know what D6 are. Perfect. So, here we go. So now, we have a D6. This is where we're gonna go into some dice theory, okay? So we have a D6. Awesome. Like a D6. Now, we also have a D12 Perfect. We have the D10s that we've already talked about. We have a D8. Come on. We have a D8 and we have a D4. Cool. This game also utilizes D2 and D3. Ah. The hell is a D2? It's a coin. What? How do you roll a D2? That doesn't make any sense. That's stupid. So, you roll a D4. I'm going to show you a couple of different versions of a D4 because they also come in 2 different sets. So this set you can see. Can you see? Yes, you can see. This set has the number rolled on the top. Awesome. Makes sense. This one has the number on the bottom. Okay. So as long as you understand how your D4 is rolled, great. So now, how do you roll a D2? 1, 2 equals 1. 3, 4 equals 2. That's stupid. Just flip a coin. But again, how are you going to decide what's 1 or what's 2? Heads, tails, whatever. What if you have a 2-headed coin? What if you're no face? So, 1 and 2 equals 1. 3 and 4 equals 2. That's how you roll a D2. A D3, very much the same way, but you use a D6. This is the silly part. So, or you can, alright, so I'm being told that I need to bring this to people's attention, that you can also get D3s in a 6-sided version. So you can see that these Roman numerals will explain 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and there's nothing over a 3. That's awesome. Cool. But I'm going to show people how to read a regular D6 because reasons. Let's use my blood spatter. Okay, so we have a D6. So how do you roll a D3 with a D6? The same math that you use for a D4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? So, 1. See? Natural ones. It's my jam. Oh god. 1. 3. So a 3 is a 2. I mean, you can basic math this and just divide it by 2. I mean, that's essentially what it is, but 3. See, these are my rolls, guys. This is why nobody plays D&D with me. 1 is a 1. Hey, there we go. There's a 3. 5 is a 3. So that's how you roll a D3. Yeah, right? So, let's try this one more time, just so we can get this kind of going. So you will see that you have a, you have to roll a D20 plus your D2. And that will give you your total skill check. So that's a 16, because I rolled a 15 and a 1, right? And we know that 15 is a 15 on the D20, and we know a 1 on a D2, right, is a 1. So that gave me a 16. As the DM, I have made the DC check a 15. Perfect. I passed. Huzzah. Now, let's say that I have a DC of 12, and I'm going to roll my D20 plus my D2. There we go. That's more of a natural roll for me. So there's a 3 on a D4, which is a 2, plus 2 is 4. That's a fail. See, these are my natural rolls. This is what I'm doing. This is how I do things. I'm just checking this message I got to make sure it's not important. It is not important. That's awesome. So, let's try that again with a D6. So I'm rolling a D3 to match my strength check. So I have a 16 and a 4 on a D6, but we know that this D6 is actually a D3. So the 4 is a 2. Right? So we have an 18 on a DC of 15 or what have you. Okay, that's neat, except it's very difficult for people, A, to wrap their head around a D2 and a D3 when they really don't exist. Experienced players will know what a D2 and a D4 is, or a D3. New players coming to the game might not necessarily understand it. So again, this comes down to who's going to be playing in your world? Who's going to be playing in your game? You want to make it easy for everybody. The other D4 I want to show you actually is what's called a modern D4, and I just discovered this for the first time yesterday. My husband got me these dice from our friendly local game store, Scenic City Games in Owen Sound. So this is a modern D4. It's not the triangle. It doesn't. This is what the standard D4 is. I guess this is the new modern D4. So it has this little loopy thing. Obviously, you can tell what number is what because it comes up instead of the fight. Is the 4 on the bottom, or is it on the top? Essence D20. Personally, I don't like it. I think it's very clunky. And this is nothing against people who like renegade games. This is not a shot at anybody who does understand it. That's fantastic. If you are comfortable running that, do it. That's your jam. My choice for our campaign that we're going to be building today is the super cool one that I was introduced to a couple of years ago called the 46. And yes, it does sound like the 46. The 4-die 6. Because, A, if you are running a pickup game or if you want people to come play, in my case, I am using this for my transformational life coaching business. I am using this for dissociation through creation. I am using this so people can experience things in a roleplay setting, but they don't necessarily have to have any roleplay experience. Everybody has D6 at home. I personally don't want to tell somebody, hey, let's play some D&D. Okay, I don't have dice. Or, well, I mean, a lot of us have dice. But you're always going to have those people like, what is a D20? I don't understand what this is. Everybody has D6s. Everybody can dig through their board games and can come out with 4d6. It's not that hard. This is what I personally suggest for people who are learning how to GM, people who are learning how to lead a game, people who are learning how to build their own mechanics. I suggest using the 4d6 system. And again, this is what I'm going to be using for my campaign, because my campaign is going to be geared for people who have never played roleplay before. So, how does the 4d6 system work? Well, tell me what you want to do. I want to run at the bad guy. I want to jump in the air, parkour off the oak tree that is just to his left, come down with my fist, and I want to hit him in the head to distract him. Okay, that sounds pretty badass. So it sounds badass, but it also sounds kind of difficult. So I'm going to ask for 2 success. Okay, cool. 2 success is a 5 or a 6 on 2d6. A success on a d6 is a 5 or a 6. Now, I might be a parkour master, and so I would have advantage. I need to roll 4, 5, 6. Oh, those are backwards. Sorry, guys. I need to roll a 4, 5, or a 6 on those. Now, depending on how many dice you have available, I know this gets a little snarly, but it does make sense. Depending on how many dice you have available, if you only have a dice pool of 4, as advantage you can say, you know what, you need to get a 4, 5, or a 6 on 2 of those dice. Alright, so I got half of it, so maybe I parkour off the tree, but I break my ankle and I fall flat on my face. You know, it's up to you. That's a... nope, I did not pass at all, so I don't even parkour off the tree. I missed the tree, I just run. Again, 50%. You can make the difficulty as hard as you want it, or as easy as you want it. If you say, you know what, that's pretty badass, I'm gonna make you just roll me 1 success. Perfect. Nope. Natural 1s. This is the way I roll. This is me. There we go. 6. I succeed. In the case where I rolled double 1s, technically that would be a critical failure. But maybe as the DM, I'm in this for the lulz. And with that critical failure, I'm going to say, okay, you know what? You wanted to run up, you wanted to bank off that tree, but you failed. So roll me a saving throw to not trip over a branch, break your ankle, and smack your face into the tree. And I need you to roll 1 success. Okay? Yay! I didn't break my ankle and I didn't smash my face. Go team. The whole point of the D6 system is that everybody has D6. Everybody has Risk or Monopoly or some sort of board game kicking around. It's very hard to find somebody who doesn't have dice. Even if you have Yahtzee, guess what? It uses 5 dice. It doesn't matter. I have actually played Tiny Dungeons with Zelda dice, with Mario dice, where you needed to roll 2 mushrooms. Okay, cool. You're the DM. You are the game master. This is your campaign. This is your world. You can do whatever you want. If you want to mash some of these rule sets together, that's cool too. Because again, whatever you are comfortable with, you are going to be the one not leading the story, but leading the mechanics, so you need to be comfortable with the situation. You need to be comfortable with the rules that you're going to be putting into play. That's probably one of the hardest things as being a dungeon master, is taking 6, 5, 6, 7 different players, all with different playstyles, all with different headspace, and having them all try to work together and try to herd cats. That's what I like to call DMing, is herding cats, because you are trying to maybe not necessarily keep everybody happy, but you also need to keep the rules set. Yes, there are rules written and rules as intended, which is something I'm going to get into in a second, but the rule set that you decide to use is the rule set that you need to stick with, and is the rule set that you need to hold true. So again, for my campaign, we are going to be using the 4d6 system. If you want to use any of the other systems, that's totally fine. Some of you might be asking, why are we caring about a dice system when we haven't even built the game yet? Knowing what dice system you're going to use while you are building said campaign will help you start to have a structure of what the world is going to look like. Some people are going to say, oh, well, you know what, the dice system is the last thing you do because you're building a world, you're not building the game. Some people are going to say, you don't need to know what dice system you're going to use until you start to do character creation. Sure. Personally, I feel that if you know the dice system you're going to use, you know that in the classic D20 system, you're going to have strength checks, you're going to have terrain difficulty, you are going to have advantage and disadvantage, you are going to have all sorts of these different extenuating circumstances that are going to affect the dice roll. So Do you want to make it super difficult to figure out, okay, so a strength check going through this forest suddenly is going to cause everybody to fail? Or is it going to be, I need you to roll 2 successes to hop over this tree? Alright, so I got 1. So I get over the tree, but maybe I scrape my knee halfway through. You know? The easier the dice system, the easier the storytelling, the faster the resolutions of situations can go. So with all that being said, I know I just threw a lot of information at you in the last half hour. Is there any questions? Does anybody out there say, I came in late and I need you to start again? Or is there any questions based on any of the rule systems that need clarification? Have I skipped any key points of anything? I'm going to use this moment as an excuse to drink my coffee. Awesome. I am going to take from the crickets that everybody is good. So, let's get into it. Let's start building a world. Awesome. Okay. Yes, you do. Yes, you should recognize this mug, Ampot. This was a Christmas gift from our friend Ampot, who is currently in chat right now. I love this mug. This is my creation mug. This is what I use when I create stuff. So, yeah. So how is everybody out there? Chat, what's going on? Give me a minute to... Whew. Give me a minute to calm myself down here, because, you know, this is stressful stuff. So how's it going, chat? How are things? Awesome. I'm glad that things are going well. Alright, so. This... Oh, hey, Tal! Yay, thumbs up from Tal. That's exciting. I like that. Alright, if I do this, does that screw stuff up? No? Okay, that's not bad. I mean, you kind of see my taskbar, but you know what? I really don't care. It's fine. It is. Glad to be here, seeing it's still cold out. Yep, couldn't hear you over yeeting goblins, so you switched games. What were you playing? Ampot, what were you playing that you got to yeet goblins? I want to know. That sounds fun. Goblin love? No. Oh, Hogwarts. Cool. I hear that game is really fun. That's what I hear. I hear it's very fun. Unfortunately, I do not have hardware that will run it, but who knows? Maybe one day. Okay, so this is where we start to get into the maybe slightly... Right? Yes. Yes. This is where we get into the maybe slightly awkward pauses, maybe some awkward silences, but if you're watching this on the YouTube, this is where you can kind of skip ahead. This is where you can be like, oh, she's typing, she's not typing, she's typing, she's not typing. If you're watching live, this is where we might have some, right? Business expense. This is where we're going to start diving in. This is where we're going to start building our world. So, I was going to try to attempt to, like, have the picture on the screen of the questions that were in here, but I don't feel like it's going to work out very well. So all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna be like, okay, look, so here's page 1. Nope. Here's page 1, and you can kind of see this is what it looks like. So what time period or setting? Describe the terrain. What type of government or political system is in place? Landscape and naming. How is... Oh. Language and naming. How is language expressed? How are names given? And then there's a whole bunch of like little follow-up questions. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to write like the heading of what's the time period or setting. And hopefully people can see this documento Move this over here. Awesome. Okay. This is gonna go over here. Okay. Okay. Just like that. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. So I assume everybody can see this okay, because that, I mean, it says right there, can everybody see this okay? So the first thing we're gonna figure out is what time period or setting. What time period or setting. So, I always like post-apocalyptical? Nope. Post-apocalypse? Post-apocalyptic? Is that how you pronounce it, I'm being told? Very good. Okay. Thank you, Skarshack. Post-apocalyptic world. I like the future setting. I like the, you know what, we have destroyed the world and now we're gonna come back. Cause you can create whatever kind of searing or whatever kind of disaster has put the world into this setting. So I'm going to say my world is going to be post-apocalypse. And oh, this is where my nice autocorrect comes on. And this is where I'm not gonna lie to the people out there. I did mean that. I might not be the best at spelling, but hey, you know what? That's okay. That's what autocorrect is for. I live in Grey Bruce, but I'm a transplant to the Grey Bruce area. I am actually originally from Simcoe, Muskoka, so I am going to use the Simcoe, Muskoka counties as my place. That's going to be my major place of campaign, because I know that place like the back of my hand. I have like dreams, you know, when I dream about like events that are happening in my life or my world or whatever, they will always be based in Wasaga, Collingwood, Stainer, New Lowell, Creemore, that little pocket, because that's where I grew up. I spent 27 years in that area, you know? So yeah, I'm gonna know it like the back of my hand. I am going to... Thank you. Next tell. Muskoka. I am going to... I'm going to set the campaign there, because no matter what happens, no matter where people go, no matter what they do, I am going to be able to have myself oriented. Okay, yeah, so if you take a 2 days travel to the south, yeah, you're gonna be in Stainer if you headed from this place. Or maybe you're gonna be in Creemore, and then you're gonna hack a northeast, and then you're gonna hack a left going west, and you're gonna end up in New Lowell, then you're gonna end up in Barrie, or maybe you'll end up in Moonstone. That whole area for me, I will be able to map out super easy and with confidence. So pick somewhere that you know like the back of your hand. You know, pick somewhere that you are comfortable, that, you know what, I'm going to base myself in Terra. I'm going to base myself in Terra. Because then I know, no matter what direction you go, you're going to know what little town or what little community is going to pop up. So, is it Wild West, medieval, steampunk, sci-fi, Lord of the Rings? Is it space? Mine is, obviously, it's post-apocalypse. It's Simcoe, Muskoka. And I feel like there's going to be definite medieval fantasy vibes. Simcoe, Muskoka, with medieval, nope, excuse me, that was rude. Medieval? Is that how you spell medieval? Man. Midi-eval. Midi-eval. Okay. Neat. Alright. Medieval. Yes, that's what I meant. Medieval. Fantasy vibes. Cool. I like that. Medieval fantasy vibes. Cool. So this is the time period or setting. Awesome. So I know it's gonna be post-apocalyptic. I'm never gonna be able to say that word probably. I'm blocking the image. Oh, ha 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 ha. Lol. Okay. So let's make me smaller. Can I do that while I'm live? I think I can do that while I'm live. Let's do this. Yeah. Okay. How's that, guys? Is that better? Now you can see the whole. Now you can see the whole screen. Is that better? Awesome. Cool. Thanks. Thanks, Skur. This is what happens when I'm using two different monitors. I'm not going to watch over there the whole time. So, we got time period and setting. Yep. We got Simcoe Muskokas. We got the medieval and the fantasy vibes. Next, describe terrain. Alright. So, describe terrain. Bloop. Describe terrain. Alright. Cool. So, there is, in post-war, post-nuclear action, let's start with Wasaga, because I grew up in Wasaga. It's the main focus. So it's gonna be towny, flat. So towny, flat, wet. No, sandy. Definitely sandy. There is the here's a question, chat. Georgia Bay is a desert, no longer has water. I like it. Yep. G Bay. Lol. That sounds like a knockoff. G Bay is dried up. No more. No more water. What was I gonna ask? Oh yeah, here's a question for you, chat. So outside of Wasaga, just south of Wasaga is a chunk of Ontario forest, where it is legitimately just a man-made forest that has a bunch of trees that are constantly cycled out. So whether it be used for pulp, whether it be used for logging, whether it be used for construction or whatever, it is Ontario forestry, and it's a man-made forest. Do you think that would still be there in the post-apocalyptic Wasaga Beach? And yes, I am pronouncing it Wasaga Beach because I like the hard A's. Wasaga sounds stupid, and I don't like it. People live in Wasaga? No. People live in Wasaga? They're my homies. So what do you think? You think the man-made Ontario forest would still be there in post-apocalyptic Wasaga? Or do you think it's just been wiped out? Like, trees are just... they don't exist. I feel it would be, but it'd be overgrown. Okay. So yeah, you would be able to see the properly spaced out pine trees, but then underneath you would have like all the brambles and all the crappy crap. Tal says it would be, yes, but overgrown. Scar, it's there, but it's a Black Forest vibe, like the Wizards of Oz. Okay. So the Ontario Forest Reserve still exists, but is overgrown. It has Black Forest vibes. Okay. Okay. We know that Georgian Bay. I should probably make that Georgian Bay because I just read that as Green Bay, which is a bad deal. So, Georgian Bay is dried up. No more water. The Ontario Forestry Reserve still exists, but it's overgrown. It has Black Forest vibes, like Wizard of Oz flavored. What else did we say? Oh, the Nottawasaga River. What's the river like? If Georgian Bay has dried up, does the Nottawasaga River still exist? What do you think? I feel like there should be some sort of water access, like some sort of creek that runs through. But maybe it might not be as thick. It's just a creek at best trickling through. Okay, okay. I like it. Not Ottawa River is now a creek. And what's flowing through is kind of gross. Well, I mean, let's face it. Nottawasaga River is kind of gross now. So it's just going to be more gross. There's more sand. Yeah, that part never changed. Yeah, right? There's just more bodies in the Nottawasaga River. I'm going to hell. Okay. So then we have the Nottawasaga River, which then goes south to Stainer. They were ew. Oh, so there's just like bones and stuff found. That's gross. So the Nottawasaga is now a creek. I feel like it's pretty flat in the general area. Question. The Collingwood has Blue Mountain right there. Does Blue Mountain still exist? Or is it just like a big sand dune? Or is it an actual mountain? Montagna. Is Blue Mountain still a Montagna? I feel that the town of Collingwood is like a destroyed, definite Fallout vibe. Let's do a different. Okay, Collingwood, Sega is a ghost town with very little resources. Collingwood is now very Fallout flavored. Very destroyed and taken over by... Have we resorted to cannibalism this soon? I think the blue would be rocky with dead clumps of vegetation stuck here and there. Yep. It's there, but has little growth left upon it, except in the deep canyons, crevasses, where nature endures. Rusted over ski lifts! Yes! Oh my goodness. Okay. This is a great idea, Tal. So Collingwood is now very Fallout flavored, very destroyed, taken over by, Oh! Hello, River! Hi! We just got a new follow, chat. Hello, River, and thank you for joining the club. Thank you for choosing to live with advantage. We are building a campaign. We are building a D&D campaign. Earlier we were talking about the different dice sets that you can use in your campaign. It doesn't necessarily have to be the classic D20 system that you know on Critical Role. It could be the 2D20 or the 2D20 system that Modifius uses for the Fallout RPG. It could be percentiles. It could be all sorts of stuff. And so after we decided what dice system we were going to use, we are going to... Can you tell me a little bit about the lore of the place? Absolutely. So, this is going to be set in post-apocalyptic Simcoe, Muskoka, because that's personally where I grew up, and so I know the place like the back of my hand. And this is the main setting for my D&D campaign that I am building, all original, with the book. It's not on the screen, so I'll show you the book. We are using this book by Sean Griggs. You can buy it on Amazon, just like that. You can buy it on Amazon for like $20, and it goes through how to build your own campaign setting. It goes through everything you need to know, all of the questions that you need to fill out, and right now we are on question 2, describe the terrain. That is literally what we are doing, so we have already decided here that the time period or setting is going to be post-apocalyptic Simcoe, Muskoka counties, and it's going to be a medieval fantasy vibe. So, describe the terrain. We started with Sega. It's towny, where it's got like some rundown houses. Basically, you can still kind of see the outline of where the town was. It's flat. It's sandy. Kinda. I feel like there was like a full circle of the way it is now. No, definitely feudalist. It's like the way it is now, but then have like a nuclear bomb go off and have the Fallout setting, but then revert the Fallout setting because that setting didn't really work, you know? So it's more of a regressive timeline opposed to progressive. So we've gone from like kind of the vibes of like Fallout 76 or Fallout 3, kind of those vibes, but now we've actually regressed further because the resources are not coming back. So you can still see like foundations from mortar, brick and mortar, from stone, from that type stuff. Yeah, you've forgotten, certain things, like what's money? Oh, I'm gonna trade you this pelt for that piece of food, because that's what we do. So Wasega was where we started. And so it's towny, it's flat, it's sandy. If you've ever been to Wasega Beach, it's sand. Like, sand. We've decided that Georgian Bay is all dried up. There's no more water. The Ontario Forest Reserve, it still exists, but it's 100% overgrown. It kind of has Black Forest vibes from like Valheim or even Wizard of Oz flavored. The Nottawasaga River is now just a creek. Like that's it. It's just one little thing. Wasega is now just a ghost town with very little resources. You might have a couple of survivors that are hanging out there, strictly because they are experienced enough to know how to work the land. They know where all of the good stuff is, because that's kind of, Fangorn Forest. They've stayed there because that's kind of like their family legacy. No more industrialization. No, it's totally gone. All gone. And so then, Talalee, earlier in the chat, I'm gonna have to go back up through the chat just to catch what I've missed. Talalee had an amazing idea where Collingwood has Blue Mountain, which also has a whole bunch of ski lifts on it. You might have heard of Blue Mountain Ski Resort. So, I suddenly had this amazing idea that Collingwood still kind of has like a Fallout vibe to it, where that's like a hub. But unfortunately, the exactly, just like the Irish growing potatoes to survive, 100%. Collingwood was like it's been the hub strictly because it kind of had like the hill for protection against storms. And so that landscape still has like the rusted out um ski the ski lifts that are still there, and maybe as we get close, maybe as we dig into that a little bit more, those ski lifts, maybe people have used them for just that. You know, maybe they're just bean, uh, bean rows, or maybe the environment has changed enough where we can grow grapes in this chunk of Ontario. You know, so now that's just a whole grapevine. So yeah, so that's where we are now, River. Welcome, and feel free to take part in the chat. Feel free to shoot out some ideas, or use this as a launch pad for your own D&D campaign setting. This is kind of the reason why I wanted to do it online for everybody to take part in, because I want to bring to light agriculture is still a thing, but sparsely found due to the new current state of the land. Yep. Is there anomalous? Not too sure what you mean by that, River. If you could explain, be more detail. But, yeah, I mean, you can use these questions, or you can use this conversation to start your own campaign, and, you know, as I was saying, you know, I brought this idea to the web, if you'll be so kind, because I wanted to remind people that there's more than just the classic D&D 5e. Oh, anomalies? I don't know yet. We haven't gotten that far into the book. Maybe there will be. Maybe there will be some anomalies. As I say, I think that is a question later on. Yeah, like we can start seeing, like, there's a place for environmental buffs, there's natural disasters, there's animal life. Yeah, so that's gonna be fun. And that comes in a little bit later. Right now we're still building just like the general look of the world. So Collingwood is now very Fallout flavored, destroyed or taken over by the land. Vegetation. It's snowing on my keyboard. Can we figure out the low gravity fountain? Oh my goodness, yep. I feel like there's no slavery. I feel like it's definitely a survival of the fittest. 100%. Is sparse and does not grow where it used to. We were touching on cannibalism earlier, and I think that might be extreme circumstance. That might have been, you know, in the beginning, but then we figured out. Yeah, I think that might have been, you know, a dip in the timeline. So like there's the nuclear blast, if you will, and then there's like the fallout, and then there's the regression where, you know what, people were so scarce for food they did result to cannibalism, but then those people were either removed from the situation because society, what little bit of society still kind of creates or still exists, was like, okay, look, you can't just go killing people because you're hungry. That's not how things roll. So I feel like there might even be some of those, like, what are those things called that have like prisoners hanging in them? The witches' cages or crow's nests or something that you used to find Those folks are now treated as boogeyman to scare the kids. Yeah. You might have those like old-timey cages that would hang outside of a gallows outside of the old-timey villages. That's where they would put the cannibals. It's definitely in the lore, definitely in the back in the day, but I think we have moved past that. Now again, this is my world, this is my campaign. If you want to put cannibalism in your campaign, I think that is pretty badass, and I think that would be exciting, and I would like to see where that heads. Vegetation is sparse and does not... Oops, that's not how you spell not. Does not grow where it used to. What else of the terrain do we need? It's pretty flat. It's towny. It's sandy. Not grow where or how it used to. Okay. Yeah, definitely different types of plants. Different types of vegetation that now exist. Carrots are 3 times larger in blue. I think those are called heritage carrots, and they already exist. And they're also gross. Ooh, I like that. Let's put a pin in that. New plant life for sure, yeah. Plants do eat people. I like that idea. Thank you, River. Plants become sentient and both hunt and are hunted by humans. I'm putting humans strictly because we haven't really decided what race is there yet. This is still very environmental stuff. So I'm putting humans only because maybe maybe there'll be Leonin. Maybe there will be like a form of Tabaxi. Maybe there will be like, super mutants. Who knows? We haven't gotten that far yet. So, how do we feel about the terrain? I think the terrain is kind of fleshed out. And by fleshed out, I mean, I think we have a kind of a good idea of what the terrain is looking like. Let me scroll up in the chatty chat. Yeah, this Neanderthal split, that'd be cool. Let me just scroll up in the chatty chat to see what's up. Okay, so we got Georgia Mesa Desert. It's overgrown. It's just a creek at best. Flood-through's kind of gross. Yep. Got that. Talked about the... I must confess, I still believe. Sorry, I was distracted there for a second. Dead clumps of vegetation stuck here and there. Yep, okay. It has... Canyon. Yeah, I know, right? No, I only said those 4 words. I think I'm fine. As long as I wait like 30 seconds now. Rested over ski lifts. The big slide is busted up where the trees have grown through it. Yes. Yes, Tal. That's amazing. Okay, we're still back at Collingwood. Ski lifts are grown over. Oh my goodness. Thrown over, and the big slide is now busted through with a large large tree. Love it. Where's my mouse? Hello, mouse? Hello, mouse. Okay. Caves in the Blue Mountains have been converted by the Denzians still living in the area. Yep, okay. The scenic caves are now more like dilapidated homes instead of caves. The natural cold and permafrost used as fridges. Okay. Hello, mouse. Hello, mouse. Okay. Okay. I've forgotten some things. No more industrialization. It's like the Irish growing potatoes. Yep. Agriculture. Yep. Talked about that. May first discussion about folks are now treated as boogeyman. Yep. That is going to be. I think we're gonna put that in the pin again. Cannibalism is folklore and used as reminders from the past. What else we got? I think, have I missed anything, guys? I think I got all of our ideas on here. Carrots. Plant moves like people, yep, plants are sentient. Cannibalism is folklore. Religions. I haven't gotten to the religion part yet. I'm wondering if I know that that's definitely a question we're gonna have to think about. That's definitely a question like, is there a pantheon? Is it like one god, one religion? I think that's gonna come later on after we really dig into the livelihood of the people. Like, how are they even living? Do they even care about gods? Have they lost anything about the gods? You know, because like, you know, how are we supposed to? Why would God do this to us? I think that's a whole question for later on. But yes, I think we're going to be touching base on that. The land is also affected. What? The land is also affected by the strange. The land is also affected by the strange, new, and at times instant storms that roll through the world. Some storms have been known to rage on for weeks or even months. Ooh, neat. Okay, okay. This led to some very creative tricks the folks used to endure these stormless seasons. Okay. Alright. Maybe the storm isn't a storm at all. It's just malfunctioning ecological satellite. Ooh. Okay. Let's put that on the to figure out pile. So that is the land is affected by the strange new form, and at times there are storms that rage for days, or weeks, or months. This has led to. I feel like there's a, you know, there's a winter is coming type feel. It's like a metaphor for past disaster hunting us till this very day. Yeah. Definitely one of those. Brace yourself, winter is coming. Alright, let's fix my spelling here. Strange. This has led to the survivors, survivors, to be creative in how they ride them out. And that is possibly due to a, what did we say? There was a satellite? Malfunctioning ecological satellite. Okay. Possibly due to malfunctioning ecosat. Nice. I like that idea. That's really cool. What else we got here? Hello mouse? Hello mouse. Okay. Remnant of the past is still trying to follow us. Follow its prime function, although being damaged in some way. It's a good metaphor for disaster hunting it. Yep. Yep. Cool. Alright. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. Yep. Just don't like, or just like stuff that doesn't look as there is, like as they see. Yeah. Things, objects in mirror are closer than they appear. Okay. I like this terrain. I like this general layout of the terrain. I think it's cool. And I think we're going to be able to dig in this a lot more when we start answering. Yeah, there's a whole chunk, like the next couple of pages is like environmental bluffs and natural disasters and events. So I think that's where we're going to be able to dig into that a lot more, which makes me super excited. What type of government or political system is in place? Okay, timeout. We are going to keep this friendly. This is not going to become a political refuge. This is not going to become a political fight against neo-fascism, capitalism, communism, any of that stuff. This is fantasy. This is a game. We are building stuff, okay? I just want to put that out there now because politics can get a little sketchy now and then. So, what kind of politics do we want in our fantasy game? I feel each place. So do we know what caused the apocalypse? Not yet. Haven't decided that yet. Haven't really figured out the backstory. That's just what's happened. That is how we haven't even figured out what year it is. You know, maybe it's just based on the terrain because that's what I know the terrain as. Maybe there wasn't an apocalypse. Yeah, maybe this is just the way that the world has been created. So we are now at political government or political system. Governments or political systems. I feel that this would be definitely one of those. Each area would definitely have their own laws and their own way of handling things. So, like, you know how you have Cinco Muskoka, let's say, they have their own bylaws, they have their own county bylaws, they have their own way of how they deal with a whole bunch of stuff. Then you have Bruce County, Bruce Gray. They have their own way of doing stuff. They have their own way of managing things. I think this government or political system is broken up by regions. Here's a question. Is this broken up by regions, or do we bring in the regimental kingdoms? And so it's more of a kingdom setting. Council of Elders rules various communities, but yes, each one is run slightly different. Yeah. I definitely dig because I feel like the individualism, if that's a word, it is now. I feel like that allows for a lot more creative growth as well as character development. I think that would be really cool. So I'm gonna say each There are different clans that collectively decide. Yeah. So I feel like it's still divided up by region. I still think every clan has their own thing. 100%. I divided up by region, and I think region is, yeah, I feel like region is a good word for this because kingdoms start to really fall into the regimental realm for me, and while that is 100% acceptable, I don't think it's gonna mesh with my world. So I think everything is divided up by region. Each region has its own elders that represent different clans. That overall decide, whoops, how stuff runs. Oh, my bad. There we go. Thank you. There's different clans that collectively decide. Every clan has their own things, like Saudi Arabia. I scrolled to dock. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. I definitely think that rolls better for me. What do you guys think, chat? Are you guys, so let's do a check-in. Only because we're, you know, not necessarily done the first page. Let's do a check-in. Who's making their own worlds out there? Who's answering those questions and actually thinking about, you know, what's what? Or are we building this campaign collectively? What's happening? Let's do a chat check-in. Chat. Check in. These regions don't govern the nomadic communities out there roaming around. Oh, so kind of like the Dothraki. That's what I was trying to think of. There's so you got like your Dothraki, you have your gypsies, you have your okay, that's cool. Okay. You're just enjoying the process, Tal. Awesome, and thank you for your input. That's super cool. Totally. I know I have definitely ideas for those ski lifts. Super cool. Yeah. Is anyone out there doing this for their own campaign? Heck yeah. Everyone in chat is part of this process. Like this is the group thing. This is how we do. And while we take this break, I'm also going to say that if you are watching this either live, welcome, awesome, hello, or if you're watching this on demand, and you think that you might want to do this process again, or you think that, you know, this process might be kind of cool delivered IRL, let me know. And if there is enough feedback or if there's enough drive for it, I'll see if I can get some friends of mine in the community to let me borrow some space, and maybe we can have a campaign jam. You know, maybe we can all hang out. So, yes, and thank you for everyone who is hanging out, even if you're lurking, even if you are just listening to the ramblings or listening to the creative process. Okay, I'm calling you out, Talalisi. I don't feel I am creative enough to run an actual campaign. It is enjoyable to watch and be part of the process. I love you with all my butt, honey. I do. You are so creative. That is a limiting decision, and this eats popcorn. This is why I did this, so that you can see how creative you are. This is This is the process that I want everyone to take part in because we are all creative. This is amazing. Um, and you would 100% be able to run a campaign. I would play that campaign. 100% play that campaign. So, yeah, I did. Yeah, you did. Look what you've done. Can't believe what you have done. Anyway. Alright, get my drink in here. If I can do it, anyone can. Ampot, I want to play in your D&D games. I think that would be super fun. I mean, to be fair, I also have the opinion that if I can run a D&D game, anybody can do it, you know? But anyway, we are going off topic. Chat, checking in. What's up? So, we have figured out, are we? What are we doing? I don't know. What? Okay. We are at not the halfway point. Cool. This is so exciting. Oh my god. What are you talking about? It's all about you. I am actually making this campaign just for you. It's all about you. So, quick review. Dice system. What kind of system are you using? You're the DM, so no matter what rule system you use, that is what's going to be governing your game. Be confident, and don't let players tell you what to do. You are the DM, you are the GM. You can use the rule of cool if you want, but do not let players railroad you. So you can come up with so you can avoid silly math. Yes, silly math. Alright, so we have figured out the time period. We figured out the terrain. We figured out the governments, or okay, we haven't figured out the political systems yet. So we have decided that it's going to be divided up by region. Each region has its own elders that represent different clans that overall decide how stuff runs. So that seems to me to be very democratic. I feel like that is a democratic society? Or is that a caste system? That is my question, chat. It's more like a Rome. Yeah, so is that a caste system or is that democratic system? Because the people don't have a say. Elders have the say. Bit of both. So let's put a democratic caste system. Do the people decide who the elders are, or if that exactly, Ampot, you knew where I was headed with this. Are the elders elected or appointed? Like, if you are the only one who turns 80, congratulations, you're an elder? Or are you appointed like is there a training, like can you spell that phonetically for me? Gerontocracy? Gerontocracy? That's how it's spelled? Or that's how it's said? Is there a phonetics on the wiki? No? Okay. Anyway. Usually appointed. Okay, they're usually appointed. Do we want an apprenticeship system? Geriatric democracy. I like it! I'm taking that. Love it. Geriatric democracy. Trademark. That's amazing. Okay. Okay. So, do we want an apprenticeship program? Is there like I don't want to call it an apostle, but is there like, okay, so you have your what does the hierarchy of this geriatric democracy look like? And that's 100% what it's called. You can see that it's already trademarked. How is this going to work, Chad? Do we want like a elder, like there is elder, the oldest of the old, and then you have your council of dudes, and then your council of dudes also has some hand dudes? I was gonna call them handmaidens, but I don't think that's the correct term. And are they all men, or is it split? A grand elder appointed by their number, and it's split. Okay. So, to call a spade, are we basing this very much like the you got the pope, you got the cardinals, you got your bishops, and then you got your priests? I'm not using that as like, oh yeah, this guy's a pope. I'm using it for a structural picture, a structural illustration. Is that how this is going to work? Like you have the oldest of the old, who is picked by the secondary oldest of the old? Or is it how do? What song is this? Because it's awesome. The way society is going right now, I'm willing to bet that women are lowly beings, or women rule the world with an iron fist. Hell yeah. Hey. Okay. Okay. Maybe. And this comes from my Diablo. It's an age thing to be considered, 60 plus, if you're lucky enough to live that long in these interesting times. It's rare to see an elder younger than that. Okay, okay. To go back to Talali's point, I'm a Diablo nerd, if you didn't know that. Hi, my name's Kat, and I'm a Diablo nerd. Women rise up from the oppression of the past and overthrow the government. I'm thinking Sisters of the Sightless Eye. I'm thinking, like, what was I think Xena, back in the day, that TV show Xena, they had that whole tribe of, like, Amazon women. First step is admitting it. Right? Hi everybody, my name's Kat, and I'm obsessed with Diablo. I think there might be, like, some separate woman-led tribes. I'm thinking, like, Amazons, like the Sisters of the Sightless Eye, just general, a tribe of women, that are like, no, we do not trust men, we are gonna rule. There are some of those are represented on the council, by their leaders and whatnot. I think that's where the healthy mix of men women leadership come in, but the female leaders are definitely from the female caste system of their own. um the females are definitely from their own caste system, from their own clans. I think that can be added as one of the religions known. Only certain ones get to yeah. Yeah. I mean, you have, right now, you have people that, like, don't, I don't know if they would be completely divided. Like, you have your mix of towns. Like, you would have, like, your regular society, you would have your regular, towny towns, cities, whatever. But I think there's also going to be those pockets of you know what? Men got us into this situation and women are going to get us out. Or I don't trust men and so I'm going to hang out with these, I'm a strong independent woman. I don't need a man to tell me what to do. I think there's going to be those pockets um that have landed and created their own area. They've created their own footprint. Um, and they are seen just as valid as the other towns, and that's where they're represented in the cast. I think that's yeah, that's happening. Okay, so cast system um is going to be you got your super old yeah, yeah, super old elder, which is voted by the lesser old dudes. Then you got your lesser old dudes, who are now, are these voted by the town elders? So like say let's use Wasega as the example because that's where I'm from. So you got your Borthwick. He's the super old dude, and he is the leader of the cast. Okay. Then you have the old dudes from Collingwood, Stainer, Elmville, and New Lowell. You got your lesser old dudes. These guys are the ones who appointed Borthwick. There are these lesser old dudes voted on by the group of sub old dudes from the town because they have not reached the age of majority? Or is it a congratulations, you lived to 70, you are now an elder, and you just get put into that place? What do you think? I don't know where I'm leading with this. This is a hard question. I feel like the super old elder is voted on by the lesser old dudes. I feel like the lesser old dudes should be voted on by the town's sub dudes, if that makes sense. Because then the town has a decision of what geriatric democracy is going to happen, right? What is the life expectancy of this world? I don't know. I don't know. The logical side of my brain says probably the current elders would guide the selection for the new elder being appointed. My logical brain says that we've kind of stepped back to like if you're like the super old elder is like 80 and he's pushing it. Like every day he wakes up on the right side of the grass is amazing. Then you have your lesser old dudes, and that would probably range from like the 79 to 75-year-olds, right? Like they're old. They've seen some stuff. And then the sub elders from town would be 50. The 50 to 75-year-olds. They are the ones that would take on the apprentices. They're the apprentici. They would be the one that would teach the younger adults, right? Like you're born, you have your parents, but your parents are also working for the retirees, right? And then you kind of have that scale. Is everyone able to get to the 70 plus, or is it a feat in itself? I think the average age is 60 to 70. I feel like the 60 to 70 range, it could also depend on what part of the world you're in. Yeah. I think in this area specifically, I think in the Simcoe, Muskoka, Wasaga, Collingwood bubble that I am specifically working on right now, I think the average age is 65 to 70. When you get to 60, you're watching the clock. You're like, did I wake up? Yay, I woke up on the right side of the grass. Awesome. 65 to 70, you're like, whoa, you're rolling the dice. You know? The Pacific Northwest has a grand elder that's 55 years old. Yeah. Yeah. So I think the super elder is 80. 80 years old. Okay. The lesser old dudes that are the council, what are the lesser old dudes? The lesser old dudes are voted on by the sub old dudes, and they are, what did I say, 75 to 79 years old. Okay, now we have the sub old dudes who are appointed by age, and they are usually the 65 to 75 years old. Then you have the council, which is 50 to 65. I think that seems pretty adequate. Because then you have 50 to 65-year-old sub-old dudes. You have your region council. Regional sub-old. No, because the lesser dudes are the regional council. This would be your town council. Town council is 50 to 65. Or I guess technically it's 64, because then once you turn 65, you're appointed. Yeah. Regional governor, community leaders. Well, see, that's what I was thinking, right? So you have your super elder, who rules, or who kind of governs the region, right? So you have so Simcoe Muskoka is, led by the super old elder. And then the lesser old dudes decide who the super old elder is. And then the sub old dudes are the ones who are kind of like your township wards, like your township dudes. Then you have your town council specifically. I think that's a pretty good breakdown. Then you have everybody else. Divided up by region. Each region has its own elders that represent different clans. Overall, decide how stuff runs. Democratic caste system, geriatric democracy. This is the way that the caste system is running. Okay. The political systems is going to be broken up by different place. Okay. I think that's good for the governments or political systems. What's next? Language and naming. How is language expressed and names given? Oh. Okay. So, I feel common is a default. Languages. Let's do this. Okay. Take that off. So, common is what everybody speaks. Common is what everyone speaks. Each region might have a different enunciation. And I think this is where it's going to be really fun, right? Because hard A's might come from Sega. Um, improper syllables come from New Lowell. They seem like a improper syllable type of place. Syllabus? No. Syllables. Syllables. How do you spell syllables? Syllabus. How do you spell syllables? Scarshak. Ask Gaggle. Many RPGs have regional slang or quirks to their speech. Some may be a hybrid of 2 or more core languages. Nice. Yeah, so I think Sega is gonna have hard A's. So they're gonna sound like syllables. Whatever, Google, you're dumb. Okay, so that's syllabus. That's syllabus. Syllables. Yeah, okay. I'm stick with towels. Yeah, syllables. So hard A, like with Sega, car, that's very like Newfoundland East Coasty, right? And pot, don't hate me. Newfoundland East Coast, Canada sounding, right? Car, hard A's, really, that's actually how I talk. I talk with a hard A. Improper syllables, I think, is going to be like the New Lowell area. Yeah, syllabus is a teaching plan. Anyway, New Lowell is going to do the improper syllables. So like va ca do. Opposed to avocado, it's I know you don't talk with a hard A. That's why I said don't hate me, because I didn't want you to feel like I was paintbrushing you. Anyway, avocado. What's the other wrong pronunciation that I do of stuff? Eh? Guys, what are my other improper syllables? Cantaloupe. Schedule. Yep. Schedule. No, not okay. Here's autocorrect. Screw you. Whatever. Oot. No, it's a proper. That's a proper syllable. It's just the wrong enunciation. Cantaloupe. Loop A. Okay. That's good. All right. I also feel like this campaign our dad pronounces balmy beach as balmy beach as balmy. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Balmy beach. Yeah, just like that. Balmy. I feel that this campaign needs an improper words. So, raw toast. Leaf bucket. Hot bean water. I think rhymes with clammy. Bammy. Bammy. Bammy beach. Oh. Bammy. Sorry, my bad. See, this is the thing. Nope. Bammy. Bahami. Whatever. It's fine. I know what I mean. Okay. Wrong. Wrong word town. I don't know what town this is going to be yet, but they use the incorrect words for things. So, like, raw toast. Milk. Demetrio will like this one. Milk, tea, juice. Milk tea juice. Raw toast, milk tea juice. Flat bowl. Flat bowl. Nope, that's bowel. Flat bowl. Hot bean water. Yeah, I think that town needs to happen. Pylon? Pylon. Very broken speech. It's all spelled paper. The whole bowl. Yeah, the hat. The whole bowl. Yep. Broken English. Broken, I guess we'll call it Broken Common. Broken Common Town. Common Town. Coriander helmets. That sounds like a bad sports team. Don't know where that's gonna be yet. But it's improper adjectives. Adjectives. I feel like this place would also be like, where you to? You can have an area that only speaks with words with one syllable. Oh my goodness. I think this is gonna be Broken Common Town. Improper adjectives only speaks with one syllable words. That's amazing. I love this town. Kind of want to go there. What else? What other languages do we want? Ooh, yeah. Only. Now, here's a question. The town that speaks with only hand signs, are they all deaf? Is the whole town deaf? And so only, like, sign language gets through? What about that? Or are there people that, you know, there are interpreters that can actually hear and will interpret for you? Or is the whole town just deaf? Either deaf or there's something in the woods attuned to sounds. Hearing damaged by blast or environmental effect. They're whole done. Call it Deaf Town. Deaf Town. Deaf Town. Only sign language is used. Amazing. What else we got? Other regions take pride in their education, full language, writing, skills abound, even multilingual folks who act as ambassadors and traders. Yes. There are highly educated people who know several languages. Environmental effects would work with the style of role. Yep, 100%. 100%. Let's see. How are... You know what? I think the whole, how are names given? I really liked the approach. This is probably one of the only things that Martin did well in Game of Thrones. I really liked how he had like the family name, but then if you were a bastard or if you didn't have a family, you took the region's name. So like with Sega, their cast name might be Water, you know? So you have like Benjamin Water or um Jonathan Flowers or uh you know Sands for sure. You know, you have like different trait. You have like a generic last name, even people who like relocated. So say my last name was Jones, but I relocated from Barry to Collingwood, and I married. I could take their last name, or the family then uses, because maybe they're two transplants, right? Um, they then take the name of like the town's generic name. I really like that. Um, so you have family names are from generations past. Regions have their regions or towns. Chat, you think we should by professions? Like blacksmith? Barrier? Should we bust this up by region or town? Should it be like regions have their own name, or should I think it should be busted up by town, because then you can have like the families per region, right? Smith, cobbler, potter. I like it. That's cool. Okay. So family names are from generations past, or if you are by towns which influence. Yeah. So then town, generic last names are based on profession. I like that. I like that, Ampot. Thank you. Transplants from other areas. Now, here's a question. If I'm a transplant from Barrie and I move to Wasaga and I fall in love and I start a family, am I forced to take the family name of that family that already exists in that town? Or because we are two blending families, do we have to take the name of our profession? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I think that might allow for creativity at the same time. I see where you're headed with that, Scarshack. We don't necessarily need to figure out how names are based. It is one of like the how are names given in the generic, but you know what? I think you're right. Generic last names are based on the profession. I think we can stick with that there. And then we can just figure out the rest at like town by town, right? It depends on the patriarchy or matriarchy whose name you take. Ooh. I like that too. Cool. All right. So chat, it is halfway through this campaign building stream. It is halfway through, and I need to pee. So I am going to take a bio break. I'm going to BRB. Let's see if I actually have the correct... let's change this to... BRB. Alright. I'm gonna throw us into the Be Right Back. And, yeah, take a quick bio break, stretch your legs, get up, walk around a bit, and we will be back in a few moments. Thanks, guys! Okay, welcome back, chat. So for those of you that are just popping in because we are at the halfway point. Oh my god, I can't believe we're at the halfway point. So, for those of you who are just joining in, we are building our very own campaign. We are building a tabletop role-playing campaign. And I wanted to make sure when we started at the top of the show, I went through a bunch of the different dice systems and the different rule sets, because I don't want you to feel that you have to be pigeon-toed whenever you're making a campaign or a tabletop game, that you have to use the classic D20 system. So then we started talking about the campaign. Specifically, the notes that are on here is the campaign that I'm going to be building, but you are more than welcome to answer the same questions that you want, and you can build your campaign however you want. Or if you want to help me, chat has been amazing so far in helping me decide different aspects of this campaign, and this is gonna be super effing fun. I actually can't wait to really play this campaign. So, I'm just gonna scroll up and get caught up with chat. Where are we here? Okay, so we've decided that last names are going to be based on professions. If you are a transplant from a region or another, and Ampod depends on the patriarchy or matriarchy of who names you take. I love it. Demetrio, welcome. Thanks for coming in, stopping by, and hanging out. Could be like Nordic origin, where the children take the parents' name. Erickson, Michelson, yeah. Could be like the Irish, where O is the father's name, and Ni for honoring mother. Love that. I'm Irish, so I love that. So let's see, what is next on our... Chat, I gotta turn the song up for a sec, because it is amazing. Where's my mouse? Dance break. Love this song so much. Oh, I forgot to turn the sound up. Now you can't hear me. There we go. Where are we? Is that good? Sound check. You guys good? Can you hear me? Alright. Check, check. Mic check. This is a mic check. Can you hear me? Alright, cool. This playlist is amazing. So this is on Spotify, and it is called, what's this called? Bard something? Bardcore. It is called Bardcore. Bardcore on Spotify. There. That is what this, right? That's what, and this is like medieval covers of like pop songs. So I'm sure you've heard like some of the other songs that have popped through here, but I'll see now it's, I need more sound. I need more up. Okay, how's that? Can you guys still hear me okay with the sound at that level? I think we're good. Alright. Enough dicking around. Where are we at? Where are we at, chat? Where are we at? Okay. Describe the general world culture. Religious, lawless, trade-heavy, technology, magic, isolated cities, small villages, economy, caste system, nobility, slaves, poverty. Will different regions be led by opposing rulers? Will different climates be inhabited by... What? Will different climates be inhabited by distinct races or creatures? Is there an ongoing war, and where did it start? What regions are the opposing forces located? Where is the rarest mineral, animal, plant, magical artifact located, and who or what is protecting it? Think about trade routes and towns, cities, hamlets being located close to rivers, lakes, coastlines. Will the players travel for long periods of time, and what will happen during that period? That was a lot. That was a lot. Okay. Okay. Break it down. Ba-na-na-na. Ba-bum. Ba-bum. Can't touch this. Okay. So, let's see. It's general world culture. Environmental buffs. Natural disasters or events. Okay. You know what? I think this is where it's gonna get really fun. Oh my god. Okay. What's happening time? So, I need a bookmark or a something. I need so much. So much. Okay. First, I'm not going to, you know what? I'm going to put headings for this, but I'm not going to fill it out yet because the next page is the world. The name of the world, the characteristics of the world, the kingdoms and counties, and the current events. I don't think I'm ready to name it yet. I think it needs more before I put a name. Now, that being said, chat, if you guys think of a super cool name, spit it out, and by spit it out, I mean type it perfectly into chat. And we will put it on the sticky note list. We'll put it on the names list, and we'll keep a running total, and then maybe at the end of today and maybe even in the next session, we'll start spitting out some of these ideas and see what happens. So throw it in chat and put like name, world name, so then I know what we're referencing, so then I can go back through and find it all. If you guys are watching this on the VOD and you think you might have a super cool name for said world, message me. Okay? Awesome. So here's the heading. World name to be determined. TBD. But I'm gonna underline it. And we're going to put all of the options we will put underneath it. So I think that's kind of cool. So let's start the new page. Okay. Oh my god, guys, I'm so excited all of a sudden. Because now we get to really dig in deep. Environmental bluffs. Bluffs? Nope. Buffs. Environmental buffs. This is exciting. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Where do we start? Let's start with... Wisega, because that's my starting spot all the time. Seems to be kind of like a tradition for me. What would be an environmental buff for Wisega? We've determined that Wisega has become kind of dusty, kind of sandy. I feel like getting fleas is not a buff. But sorry, I am distracted because there was a message that came through. What would be an environmental buff? It's a windy region. Oh, so it's a windy region, and so we could have some windmills. Yeah? Is that where you're headed with that, Scar? Windy region. Windmills. Denzians living in this area are leaner thanks to the environment. Not gonna lie, because this is my brain. So it's a windy region. So the Denzians are the Denzians living in this area are leaner. They all lean to like the certain direction that the wind is blowing, like trees. You know how when trees grow, they'll grow like on an angle because that's the way the wind always goes. I'm just picturing this like area of town folk that are all like lean to the left because the wind is doing like a east-west thing. This is why I'm not allowed to build campaigns, because this is the kind of shit that comes out of it. They're more dexterous than those that live down by lakes and go, yeah, I dig it. Yeah, so if it's a windy region, I feel like windmills would be a thing, which then leads me to getting into like, if it's windy, then this is my logical brain, right? So pollen is gonna fly around everywhere. So it's very pollen heavy? Pollen heavy? But with the wind, pollen travels, and so you do have like some good crops growing. Is that not how that works? Maybe we'll take away the pollen. Maybe that's too stupid. I don't know. Wind-powered skimmers to traverse the dry lake and sand. But yep. Sand skimmers. Dig it. So the environmental buff, there's a windy region. Cool. So let me, yeah, you know what? Let's, more decks to the citizens. They have sand skiffs and snad. Yep, just like that. Sand. Sand skiffs and what was your other thing? Okay, duh. Less bags. Okay. Yep. Snad is a thing in Minecraft? Oh, well, in that case, we're gonna have a snan skiff. Okay. More decks to the citizens. They got sand skiffs, and we'll leave it at that. Okay. What's another environmental buff? We have a windy region. Is there... I feel like the more south you go... Let's see. So we have Wasaga, that's on the edge of the dried up Georgian Bay. Then you go south and you have Stainer, which is black because it doesn't really have a lot in it. It smells like vinegar because of the vinegar plant. Then south of that is Cashtown. And you start getting into Mono. So, I wonder, would it make sense to have... Ooh, would it make sense to have the top of Blue Mountain like a snow region? Where, like, there's just that, you know, you're walking up the hill and then suddenly you're like, ugh, just insta-snow. Would that be a thing? Do you think? Or is Blue Mountain not high enough for that kind of temperature range? I mean, the environment has totally changed. This is our environment. We can do whatever the heck we want, right? So, we have a windy region. I think we need a glade. There's a mildly radioactive berry that grows now that can be used to help with healing, but if you take too much, you can get radiation poisoning. I like that. Where would we put that? Where do you want to put that, Scar? I feel like that might be in a meadow in the gnarly forest. Oh yeah, we have the OFR regions. It's a weird song. Okay. gnarly forest regions that have radioactive berries. Yeah, I don't think blue is high enough for snow region. Definitely rain. 100%. Cool, cool, cool. Gnarly forest regions that have radioactive berries. The animals are weird. Possible man-eating plants. The OFR regions, the foresty regions. Um, Rainy would be like top of blue. Constant wet. I feel like the top of blue would be like Niagara. You know how you're like hanging out by the falls and like everything's just wet. It's just like constant mist. Everything just has condensation on it. Top of blue is marsh. Yeah, yeah. Constant wet. Everything is condensation. Marshland. Look at me forgetting to move the screen up. Sorry, guys. Here I am typing away, and you can't even see what I'm doing. Animals are weird. Possible man-eating plants. Which is bizarre, as the water should go down the hill. I feel like there's that. In the maybe this is a thing. So in the summer, when you have that wall when you're going from like Owen Sound to Collingwood, and you get around blue, and you're just like, oh, it's 36 degrees, 36 degrees, 36 degrees, and it's 10 because God hates Collingwood. I feel like that might be a thing where there's just this like weird dip where the environment just kind of changes. The soil south of Wasaga Beach, Stainer Way, is the only place certain food can grow. Yes. Yes. Animal hybrids. So let's see. Rainy is the top of blue. It's constantly wet. Everything is dense. It's marshland. The water that does trickle downhill is caught by the citizens of Collingwood and is used for drinking water. Question: is the water that comes off of blue contaminated? Or like is it contaminated with like whatever plant fauna and like penicillin is naturally growing, or do you think it's clean? Do you think the water that comes off of blue is clean? Where was the let's see, soil, let's call it a meadowland, is in Stainer Way. This is fertile ground where only certain crops will grow. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Not contaminated, which is why they covet it. Ooh, words. But it does, over time, cause a physical change. Neat. I feel a quest hook. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Let me change this layout a second here, chat, because I feel like I'm failing at doing stuff with things and junk and stuff and junk and stuff and stuff and junk. If I do this, can you guys still read that okay? Or is that not kosher. I know what I'll do. I'll move this in. And then you guys can't see until I hit save anyway, I don't think. Okay, what if I do this? Save. Okay. Is that better, guys? Can you read the screen better now? Is it... Can we kind of... Everyone can kind of see what's happening? Not contaminated, we said that, okay. Quest hook and or underlying reason as to why the townsfolk act the way they do. Are we still talking about the campaign, or are we just giving Collingwood the excuse for being douchebags? Like, IRL. Both? Cool. Cool. Collingwood? I'm not going to apologize. Screw you, Collingwood. Alright. Collingwood knows what they did. Exactly. Okay. So what do we got? We got a windy region. We got a forest region. We got a rainy region. We got a meadowland. What else do we need? Or do we think that's good? And is used for drinking water. I'm gonna put a note here for the scars thing. Water is contaminated and causes physical issues to be determined. Quest hook. Dance break. Okay. We got windy. We got forest. We got rain. We got meadows. What are we missing? We're missing hat. Hat. And ice, I feel like. But you know what? I don't think those would exist here. I don't think that there would be a hot... Ooh, you know what could be? The cave system opened up further thanks to the bay drying up. Can be accessed from Blue Mountains and from some other to be determined places. Yes. I feel like that's part of the... Might not necessarily be an environmental buff, but I'm gonna put a pin in that, and we're gonna... I feel like that would be in... Political, languages, import, exports, economy, nope, nope, nope. Gangs, crime, nope. I feel like there's a spot for that. Maybe that would be in, like, the roadmap. That might be, like, the secret, hey, I know the secret entrance into Collingwood that nobody knows about, and so I can sneak in, you know, steal some goods and come back. Maybe that's like a secret road. Kind of like the whistle in Mario. Anyway. Winter hasn't been a thing for 40 years. Yes. Winter has not been a thing for 40 plus years. That kind of gives us an idea of when the global warming nuclear winter thing happened. That kind of gives us an idea of when the apocalypse happened. At least 40 years. Okay. Neat. Timeline roughly for apocalypse. What about summers? Because, I mean, the Earth still spins, right? So are summers, like, super effing harsh? Like, do they get up to, like, the California Badlands level where it's, like, 42 degrees? Global environmental shift, yep. Yep. I'm gonna say summers are death. Like, redunk. I'm talking, like, Gerudo Desert. If not more. Like Death Valley. Isn't that what it's called in Vegas? It's like Death Valley? Something to that effect. Super hot. Super dry. Crops dry up. Super dry. Equatorial regions are nearly inhabited now due to the shift. Yep. Seasons, years rather than months. That's a good question, Ampot. What do you think? Think we're in like the rainy years and then we move into the winter years? Winter is coming? Yeah? Seasons being years? Cool. Okay, so summers are super hot, super dry. Summer is coming. Summer is coming. Ha 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 ha. Get it? Okay. How long do we want the seasons to be? I'm wondering, chat, if things have started to shift. So, like, where it used to be 2 or 3 years per season, maybe now it's starting to shift where, like, it's been fall for 6 years. Depends on the orbital wobble as the planet travels around the sun. Guys, words. Come on, man. Orbital wobble, eh? Let's see. What? Fall for 6 years sounds perfect. Yeah. I mean, that sounds perfect for us regardless, because fall is kind of, tepid, right? It's an irregular orbit that varies from each rotation. Ooh. Okay. Seasons last for years, opposed to months. Let's say currently we are in fall. And it has lasted for... Well, no, because if we're currently in fall, but winter hasn't happened for 40 years. So, it's been 40 years since winter, and it's been 6 years since fall started. So does that mean that there was 10 years of spring, and then we have another 10 years of summer before fall started? Now a year into fall after particularly scorching summer. Ooh, okay. So half a generation for each season fits. Neat. Okay. Communities are rebuilding their lands. Ooh, that makes it even harsher, yo. So not only was there an apocalypse, winter hasn't happened for 40 years. Summer that lasted 25 years destroyed communities, and now they're rebuilding from that. Oofa. People can live without seeing one of the seasons. Yep. So we're currently in 5 years so far. Get away. Except for Carl. He's been around for ages. He's the elder. Say after me. I'm so distracted right now. Take on me, me home. I'll be gone in a day or two. Alright, focus. We've been in fall, and it's lasted for 5 years. The summer was ridiculous, was death to a lot of communities. Some are still rebuilding. Are we making Carl, like, our head old guy? Is that what I'm reading right here, chat? Except for Carl. He's been around for ages. He's seen things. And there's just this dynamic with, like, his second in command that's constantly like, Carl! Why is there a dead human in our living room? Carl has a hand fetish? That's another story. Oh my goodness. Poor llama. You saw an Xmas decoration that's a llama in a hat, and his name is Carl. Love it. Why is there a dead human in our living room? Ooh, hey. How'd that get there? Ba, 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 ba. You have it? Jealous. So jealous. Okay. I'm really distracted right now because this song is totally throwing me off course. Carl Everman. Looks 70, but the stories told about him hint to him being around much, much longer, but how could that be? That doesn't make any sense. What is the measurement of time? That's a good question. I think time is a moldy cookie. It's a thick soup. It's a something. Seriously, I think they gauge time by the moons. I think we have reverted back to the full moon cycle. No one really knows how long everything is. It is a day-night cycle. But it's like, I'm 4 moons old. I've seen 4 full moons type deal. Which would be roughly a year? Unless the moon doesn't follow the same orbit. I think we're overthinking things. Is it super cold at night? Question. Days equal 32 hours. I think it's like one of those, if the sun's up, it's daytime. If it's dark, it's nighttime. And I think full moon is the distinguishing factor. So, time measurement. It's not quite... I think we're skipping ahead a little bit, but that's okay because I like where this is going. That's okay. So, time measurement. Whoops. Days. Sun's up. Nights. Sun's down. That makes sense. Yes, the moon is just a crumble in the sky. I feel like we're getting a dragoon all of a sudden. Okay. Full moon is full measurement, is full cycle. So you start with the full moon, awesome, and the new moon is nothing, and then you have the full moon, right? Lunar showers, like meteor showers, happen frequently and actually make landfall. Oh god! Called razor rain? That's an environmental buff. Okay, hold on. God, oh man. Okay, this is what I love. Guys, I love you right now. This is so creative. This is so fun. Okay, so time measurement. Day, sun's up. Night, sun down. Full moon is full cycle. That is how time is measured. Is a full cycle. That is one. That is the measurement used. I am 50. Oh, wait, no. How many moons in a year? Because we. Oh, this is interesting, guys. This is interesting. Because we have decided elders are decided by years. So, how many moons are in a year? Do we know that? Has that changed from present day? No, that's okay. You can be distracted. That's alright. Lunar shower. Okay, I need to keep hold of that. Okay, I need to write that down. Lunar showers happen on the reg, and they often make landfall which is caused by razor rain by many. Cool. I like that. So full cycle is 1 full moon. How many full moons equal a year? Is there a part of the world where it's darker longer and inhabitants see better in the darkness? I feel like yes. I don't know what that is, but I feel like there is. IRL 12 moons equals 1 year. Okay, so that's pretty basic. Alright, so measurement used, 12 moons, 12 full moons equals 1 year. Done. 1 year. Perfect. Okay, so where are we at? Is there a part of the world where it's darker longer and inhabitants see better in dark? I feel like there is, but not in our region. But let's put that in the environmental buff anyway. There is a region that has longer and darker nights, and people who live there have dark vision or can see better in the dark. Awesome. Okay. IRL 12 moons equals 1 year. Perfect. The largest part of what's left of the moon is now used for the lunar cycle, but is now shorter than today. We have 13 full moons in a year in this world. There's around 17. Huh. Also, folks now have better adapted to their native climates. Okay. So, Scar, are you saying that in our world that we have yet to be named, there's actually 17 full moons in a full year cycle? Or in 17 cycles equals, so 17 moons equals 1 year. Oof. Sorry, I just rubbed my hand against the microphone. Is that okay? Conversation time. Shorter lunar but longer days. Okay, so I mean, if the sun's up, it's daytime. If it's still called a year. Is it still called a year? It's like sped up for summer. Okay, so conversation time. So the sun's up, it's daytime. The moon is seen, whether it be in its crescent, half, full, whatever. It's nighttime. Perfect. That's the day-night cycle. 1 full moon cycle is a month. It's still a year, but now we're getting into a new way of tracking a calendar. Okay. So let's go back to time management. Okay, so day up, sun's up, night, sundown. That equals 1 that equals day cycle. Day cycle. Cool. 1 full moon. Sun up. Okay, hold on. Let's rewrite this. Okay, so sun up equals day. Sun up equals day. Moon. Is the moon visible through the day? I know. I definitely had some Majora's Mask trauma trigger me right there. For example, we use 2023 AD. It's this world. We could use XXX AC after Cataclysm. Yeah, no, for sure. Um, still called, is it still called a year? It's like sped up for some reasons. Okay, so let's question. Can we see the moon through the day? The larger moon pieces can be seen in the day if you're paying attention twice in a day. So the sun is up, it's daytime. The moon is up at night, or is it sun's up, it's dark? Darkness equals nighttime. Is that how the day-night cycle works? This is where my brain might not be as quick as you guys, so this is awesome. Depends on the orbit. Okay, let's bring it back down a little bit. I think that could be, depends on the orbit, might be a little more detail for later on. Right now let's focus on the day-night cycle. So we have sun's up through the day, sun's gone at night. Bright and dark, 1 bright plus 1 dark equals a day. Day-night is 32 hours. Moon's orbit 1 around planet every 20. Wow, math. Love it. I love that you're going into that much detail. I'm not going to go into hours calculated. I'm not going to go into what time it is. Sundials are going to be a thing. Like, is it noon? I'm going to look at the sky. Yeah, it's midday. Because that's where the sun is. I personally am not going to go into that kind of detail with the hours and the changing, but I want to see where you head with that. I want you to... Oh god. Pixel just freaked out for no reason? Sorry, my cat just had like a ridiculous freak out. Distraction Force. Yes, 100% Talily, I agree. Skarshack, I challenge you to put that into your campaign because that's amazing. I'm not going to go into that much detail in mine. So let's back it up a little bit. Sun's up equals daytime, darkness equals nighttime. So let's do bright equals day. Yes. Dark equals night. 1 dark plus 1 light equals 1 day cycle. Cool. Full moons are the monthly cycle equals monthly cycle. So then you would have like, I saw him 3 moons ago equal means he saw him 3 full moon cycles ago. Okay. And I think full moon is roughly every 3 weeks. That's okay. We're gonna again, this caveat. Again, this is what I'm gonna use in my campaign. I'm not shoehorning anybody. If you want to use, like, you know, a dialed in unit of measurement 100%, and I love you for it, and I want to see where that goes. I want to see some of these campaigns. I want to see where some of this stuff heads. My brain is not functional enough to do seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, weeks, years. I am not going to be able to remember all of that. So my time measurement is going to be, if it's bright, it's daytime. If it's dark, it's nighttime. 1 dark plus 1 light equals 1 day cycle. Full moons are going to be like the monthly cycle. So I saw him 3 moons ago, means that he saw him 3 full moon cycles ago. And I think 10. I think 10 is kind of like, well, you can count 10 on your fingers, unless of course you're missing a finger, and then you're going to be screwed for measurement of time. I think 10 full moons equals 1 year. Now, here's a question, creative people. Chat, I'm looking at you. Do we want to call it a year? Or do we want to call it something else? Like 10 moons equals a, I don't know, where's a thesaurus? Who's got a thesaurus that, like, what's another name for a decade? What's another name for a unit of 10? Do we want to make it like, oh yeah, because I want to be able to bring him back, like bring it back to I don't want to say he's 27 full moons, because then we have to change our unit of measurement. A decord. Okay. I like that. So 10 decords would be the equivalent of 1 year. Okay. 1 decord equals 1 year. 1 Decemvir? Isn't that another name for December? Really? That's a synonym for decade? That seems very December. Like a month name flavor. Interesting. Okay. We'll put it on Decord or Decemvir. Let's do or, because we can even make it like a regional dialect. Maybe they call it something different. Equals 1 year. So then, because this allows us to keep this whole caste system, right? Because if we're going to use years, then the elder is 80, which means that he has seen 800 full moons. Does that make sense? I think it does. Because if we use today's rough math, Scar, you said that a full moon is roughly every 3 weeks. So a full moon is roughly a month. So if he saw 10 moons, that means he's 1 year. So if he's 80, that means that he's seen 800 moons. That makes sense. I think that makes, like, realistically, for the people that have logical brains, I think that makes sense. Yeah. Sure. But, I mean, 30-week years, a lot can happen in those 30 weeks, let's face it, because this place is not a happy place. So, and lunar showers happen regularly, and they often make landfall, which is called razor rain by many. I like that. So let's put this in the environmental buffs. Let's put this over here. Which is cause razor rain? The lunar showers happen regularly, and they often make landfall, which is called razor rain by many. That was your idea. Lunar showers. Oh. So I do. Called. Thank you. Gracias. Okay. I feel like we got off topic here, but this is awesome. This is awesome, guys. I hope you guys are having fun. I am having an effing blast right now, and this is so much fun. So we are still at environmental buffs. So we have a windy region, which I think is awesome. Let's just review what we've got here so we can get back on track. A windy region, which is windmills. The citizens are more dexterous, and they have scant gifts. There's the Ontario Forest regions, the Ontario Forest Reserves, which are regions. They are the gnarly forest regions that have radioactive berries. Animals are weird. Maybe man-eating plants. There's rainy, which is the top of Blue Mountain. Constantly wet, everything is condensed, marshland. Water that does trickle down the hill is caught by the citizens of Collingwood and is used for drinking water. The water is contaminated and causes physical issues. To be determined. Quest hook. Oh my god. We have meadowlands in Stainer area. This is the fertile ground where only certain crops will grow. Winter has not been a thing for 40 years. Summers are death. They're super hot, super dry. Summer is coming. There is a region that has longer and darker nights, and people who live there have dark vision and can see better in the dark. Lunar showers happen regularly, and they often make landfall, which is called razor rain by many. Seasons last for years, opposed to months. Currently, we are in fall, and it has lasted for 5 years so far. The summer was death to a lot of communities. Some are still rebuilding. And now we have some time measurement just to kind of go into the environmental stuff. I think that's good. I think that's an amazing start, and I'm excited by that. Okay, what's next? Natural disasters or events. Natural disasters or events. Guys, this is probably going to be the last thing that we're able to answer today because I think this is going to be exciting. Okay, natural disasters and events. Awesome. Cataclysm, which triggered this whole thing. Correct. Yeah, it's correct. The big thing. Okay, natural disasters and events. Okay, so oh god, the cataclysm. Cataclysm? Nope, not right. Okay, cataclysm. Known now as AC. After Cataclysm? So there'd be PC PC post Cataclysm? AC after Cataclysm? We can figure that out. I'll just put a question mark here. Maybe. What was the Cataclysm? I kind of lean towards, like, the nuclear war. Not because that's where the world is currently heading. Just because it's so... not unknown, but it's so, like... you can have so much splash damage in different things. You can have the radiation. You can have flat-out destruction. You can have things that have burned to the ground. You can have, all sorts of crap. So I'm leaning towards nuclear destruction. Yet when folk talk about both the cataclysm, the time referred is different depending on who tells the tale. No one knows the exact time. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, we know that obviously if winter hasn't happened for at least 40 years, then the cataclysm could have been 80 years, right? I don't know if that is necessarily a sticking point right now, but we can definitely say, okay, so the cataclysm happened. A bomb headed for Ottawa was put off course by military and in turn hit the Simcoe region. Boom! I love it. Love it. Just smoke. Screw you, Barry. Someone doesn't know how to read a map. Ooh, it landed in... Here's a thought. Okay, guys. Technological overdependence that went wrong pretty quickly. Civilization was back in the Dark Ages over a course of generation. Yeah. I love Tal's idea here. A bomb headed for Ottawa. Technological overdependence, 100%. Those two are put together. Let's write this down before I forget it. Tech overdependence. A nuke was headed for Ottawa. I hope that I don't get like a knock on the door from the feds and be like, we have a report of you talking online about sending a nuclear bomb to Ottawa. Actually, you know what? I kind of do. I kind of hope that someone just pops into the streams like, what the fuck is happening right now? And then pieces out. Anyway, so technological overdependence. A nuke was headed for Ottawa, was pushed off course by military, and in turn, what if global warming, have been ignored for years, is now too late to repair? Yes. What if the bomb that hit, that was pushed off target, that was heading to Ottawa, hit Kempenfelt Bay? The bay, boof, exploded. So not only do you have flooding damage from Kempenfelt Bay being blown out of proportion, you have the nuclear blast that then wipes out everything. That's going to get the horizon out of your way, right? And with the heat, that could have caused like a lot of Kempenfelt Bay, Georgian Bay, exactly, Scar. That could have been why Georgian Bay is now dried up, because photosynthesis, it was all evaporated. I like it. Oh my god, this is so... Okay. Tech over dependence. A nuke was headed for Ottawa. Make this a proper sentence. Was pushed off course and in turn crashed into Kempenfelt Bay, which caused the nuke explosion. Whoops. That then photosynthesis, it all evaporated? Yeah, yeah, I feel like I skipped a step. I feel like my brain was like, ooh, photosynthesis, no. You're just gonna stop and skip to another sentence. Yeah, good call out there, Ampot. There's more, I feel like there's more to that cycle. Exactly, we can have an add-on supplement. It will be the expansion, Ottawa. Is photosynthesis not the whole, like, water evaporates? Or that's the end of photosynthesis, isn't it? The rain falls down, it... What? I thought photosynthesis was when it rained, it feeds the plants, gives them the nutrients, and then the water goes up in the clouds. That's just general evaporation? Oh. Yeah. But the light is what's creating the heat, which is what is evaporating. Yeah, so... that's just the water cycle. Thanks, Mark. I like how Mark just came in to, actually me. Look. Stage theater. No, I'm just kidding. Photosynthesis is how plants make oxygen. Okay. See? I'm not afraid to admit that I don't know what I'm talking about. I used the wrong word. Womp. Fantasy. In my fantasy world, I reject your reality, and photosynthesis is the nuclear explosion that evaporates all of the water in the world. Anyway. Okay. So, was pushed off course by military and is crashed into Kempful Bay, which caused the nuclear explosion that then evapped all the water in Georgian Bay and surrounding bodies of water. Yes, I reject your photosynthesis and replace it with vinyl. And surrounding bodies of water. Nuke winter? No. Nope. Thus also causing the environmental effects that we know today. That's when the merfolk attacked. Okay. Thus also causing the environmental effects that we know today. Yay, the cataclysm. Okay. After the cataclysm, was there any... Okay, so the cataclysm then caused the... Because we just had, like, Death Summer. So... Does the summer count as a significant natural disaster or event? I feel like it should. But winter has not been a thing for 40 years, so have we not experienced nuclear winter yet? Or maybe did nuclear winter hit right after the cataclysm? What do you guys think? I'm wondering. The summer can cause environmental effects like firestorms. Yes, 100%. I feel like that, like the summer, the natural disaster was the most recent summer. What did I do? Huh? Oh, it's because am I pronouncing it wrong? Define nuclear winter. Nuclear? Is that... Sorry. Am I enunciating it wrong? Am I from New Lowell? Nuclear? Nuclear. Am I pronouncing the wrong syllable? Let's see. Define nuclear winter. I feel like nuclear winter is the, like, 30 days of night where it's minus 40 degrees every day. Everything is frozen. You are out, like, exposed skin is, like, frostbitten almost instantly. You take a breath and it, like, freezes your lungs. The water inside your lungs freezes, which is like, you know, I think, like, nuclear winter would just be a bad effing deal. It's like regular winter but more glowy. Exactly. Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the cataclysm hit, and then it was nuclear winter. Which then... So the cataclysm hit, and then we have nuclear winter, which happened toward the end of the fall, caused by the cataclysm, causing the dark times, which lasted for a length of time, and where survival of the fittest was rampant. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. So we have nuclear winter. What event? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, this is definitely a cascade event. This is definitely, like, splash damage. It's darker, colder, and the start of the longer years. Ooh. It's darker. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. Because the longer, like, the dark times or the longer years, that's 100% why they started changing how we see um the time, how we measure time was changed because nuclear winter. I love it. Okay. This is so amazing, guys. Thank you. So let's go back up here. Nuclear winter. Do we want to make it like, yes. So darker than dark, colder than cold. The air would turn your skin black as soon as it was exposed. Yeah, right? We're the ancestors here. We're deciding how we're gonna bugger shit up. Okay? Okay. If the blast happened towards the end of fall? No. No, I think this is definitely where we're starting to decide some timeline stuff. This is where some of the lore is definitely coming into play. Okay. Let's see what we can do before it all goes to pot. Nope. No, it's already gone to pot. Now you're just trying to figure out what you can do now that has already gone to pot. Haha. Okay. Nuclear winter. Darker than dark. Colder than cold. The air would turn your skin black as soon as it was exposed. Taking a breath risked the moisture. Does the word moist bother you? Taking a breath risked the moisture in your lungs to freeze. Lings? In your lings to freeze. Which red button do we need to press the trigger on this? The leftmost one on the... I'm ignoring you guys and writing this down. You guys are so distracting. I love it. Okay, nuclear winter. Darker than dark, colder than cold. The air would turn your skin black as soon as it was exposed. Taking a breath risked the moisture in your lungs to freeze. This is what was known as the longest years? Is that what you said, Tao? It was what's known as the longest years? Hello, mouse? There we go. Scrolling? I'm scrolling. Okay. Yep. Okay, so notice the longest years. All sense of time was lost because there was no day-night cycle. No one could tell what season or how long it had been. The dark times. Many fled underground to survival. Others quickly ramshed off the buildings to enjoy the environment. Slugger years or longest. Planet-wide crowd cover. Was that a football movie? The longest year. It was the longest yard, not the longest year. But whatever. That's all good. Okay, so nuclear winter. Darker than dark, colder than cold. The air would turn your skin black as soon as it was exposed. Taking a breath risked the moisture in your lungs to freeze. This is what was known as the longest year. All sense of time was lost because there was no day-night cycle. No one could tell what season or how long it had been. People fled both underground or into shelters to survive. Okay. Okay. Legally distinct longest yard. The longest year. It's all good. It's fine. It's fine. How long did nuclear winter last? I will always love you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Sorry. The lengthy meter? Yes. I'm wondering if it wasn't a generation. Like, us. So, like, Ampot, Tal, Scar, our age bracket, there's that hard A again. I'm from Wasaga. The hard A. Our age bracket was around when the bomb hit Kempenfeld Bay. 2 cats? Oh my god. Yeah, definitely 2 cats' lives. Again, this song, distracting. Okay, focus. Our age bracket saw the bomb hit. That puts Taco Cat and Simply Nothing 10 years old. Okay. We saw the bomb hit, we went underground. Did it last long enough for Taco Cat and Simply Nothing to have their own kids? We were all alive when it fell, but we never made it out of the shelters. What? That's what I'm asking. Like, is it a generation? Because we and our kids went into the shelters. Taco Cat, that's true. We don't talk about that. Hypothetically. Okay. That's right. Oh, that's right. So they're just... It's a bad example. It's a bad example. Okay. Dreamer of joy and happiness. See, it's just like you guys were here in the room with me, because this is what I do. Alright, that's it. Song break! This headset replacement program has been brought to you by. I think a generation passed until someone was brave enough to leave the shelter and see that winter. Yeah, well, what? See what the world had become. That was 40 years ago. Nope, we can't do that because we already have the elder system. Unless the hold on a second. Hold on a second. Because we know that there is people in... So a generation has come. We're dead. Taco Cat and Simply Nothing, they have kids. They're old. Their kids might have kids, doesn't matter, but they are... Taco Cat's kids are the ones who left and discovered that the world was actually inhabitable. Meaning, Taco Cat and Simply Nothing, Simply Nothing, would be the elders that create the caste system. I like it. What the Denzians don't know is that it's been centuries since Taco Cat emerged. I think I think I'm gonna put it at the 40-year mark. I think this happened. A good chunk of time has passed. I think I'm gonna put it at, so it was the Cataclysm. A generation, I'm not dead. I want to be an old man with a long beard rocking the chair. You can be Cranky Kong from Donkey Kong. The Super Nintendo Donkey Kong. Do. We found our Carl. Alright, Fat Kid Mark, you are officially the super old dude. I think that's what we called him, wasn't it? Anyway. Focus. So, nuclear winter happened. It lasted for a generation until someone was brave enough to leave the shelter and see what the world had become. This was 40-ish. We'll say ish years ago. Perfect, because that still means another generation has happened since then to establish the caste system and establish everything. 2 years ago, what is a neat name for a ridiculous, like, deathly summer? And I don't mean Summer of Sam. I mean, like, the heat, like Hell's Armpit, or the Devil's Picnic, or something to that extent. That was when Taco Cat Switch stopped working, so he went on the search for a new one. Yup. I need batteries! Amazing. What's a, we'll call it, Heat Dump Summer. Heat Dump Summer. Summer was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. The Ember Age. The Searing. Oh, we can't call it the Searing because that's Guild Wars. Okay. Forged in Fire. Taco Cat says the Devil's Room. Ooh. Okay. The the Devil's Room. The Ember Age. Hell's Touch. Okay. Hell's Touch. Summer. It was summer. Happened 2 years ago. The heat. It was the complete opposite of winter. The heat took what a little water was left. The crops dried up. The wind is hot and it has a hint of sulfur on it. Ooh. Sounds like an event in Valheim. Smell of sulfur is in the air. There was a constant smell of sulfur. The summering. I like it. The summering. There we go. Okay. The heat took what little water was left, the crops dried up, there was a constant smell of sulfur in the air. The volcanic reasons were more active. They probably could have been. We don't have any volcanic areas here, so that would be word has said, has mentioned that volcanoes became more active and destroyed what small towns had survived the winter. Word has mentioned that volcanoes became more active and destroyed what small towns had survived the winter. They were created in Kempfell Bay with the blast? Ooh. You think? Caused a fissure? Where would the fissure be located? Where do you think? I wonder if that would be in, like, Hockley Valley area. But Hockley Valley? I don't think Hockley Valley is still in Simcoe Muskoka, is it? I don't think so. I'm wondering... Where... Doesn't matter. Whatever. Kempen Smelt Bay? There's a fault line that extends north into Georgian Bay from... Yeah, I know, but that's real, though. I'm trying to make fun of real. That's too logical. If there was gonna be a volcano... Kempen Smelt Bay. Oh my goodness. I feel like that would be... Because we already have a lot happening in our little area. Nah. I'm thinking if there is a fissure, travelers have spoken about it south of what used to be Innisfil. I'm thinking it would be south. Not so much north. Lake Simcoe's now Magma Lake. Yeah. Okay. You know what? We can... Let's make this a thing. Okay. We'll do the... volcanoes in area? Question mark? Possible fissure? Question mark? Okay. So, that has become... Question mark? The East Coast mountain range had one erupt down there. Oh, yeah, but again, you're talking IRL. No more IRL, man. Come on. Campaign world building. No more IRL. Say my name. Okay. We have 30 minutes left, chat. We have 30 minutes left. Do we want to talk about animal life? I think that's going to be fun. Or do we want to break this up into the TLDR? The last 30 minutes of the video is where all the interesting stuff happens. This is where we talk about all of the stuff and we review everything we've done. What do you think? I could also roll a d20 and see where this goes. What do you guys think? Let's review. Let's review? Let's review. Okay. Okay. For those who missed the beginning of the show, this now becomes the TLDR version. There's a way to actually put a marker in this, but at 3:36, someone write that down. Hashtag write that down. 3:36, so I can trigger the YouTube video, is when we start the review. So, let's go here. Hello, and welcome to the TLDR version of the Campaign Builder. This is the book that we're going to use. This is the Campaign Builder that you can buy on Amazon for $20. It's made by Sean Griggs. It goes through all of the questions that you need in order to do stuff. See? This is an NPC. That's awesome. We are currently on page 2. That's as far as we got. But check this out. You can do markets. We're gonna create some markets later on. Okay. So, with that, when you're creating a campaign, you don't have to stick to the classic D20. You don't have to do anything. We could spend the next hour talking about how raccoons got larger and intelligent and enslaved the squirrels to work for their new raccoon overlords. We have already decided that there is no slavery in this world. Now, if that's like a druid thing, we haven't gotten there yet. But anyway, so we're going to talk about the D20 systems. If you're new to roleplay, this is some of the classic cats now have opposable thumbs, we're all screwed. So, if you're new to roleplay, if you're new to tabletop role-playing, that's true, he wasn't here. So this is where the review comes in. If you are new to tabletop role-playing games, there are several different rule sets that you can use. First one being the classic D20, where you roll a D20. See? There's a 20-sided dice. I never know that there's actually 20 sides on my dice because I never rolled 20. So here we go. There's a 20. So, you will see the classic D20 used in Critical Role, in High Rollers, in Realmsmith. Usually when people are talking about D&D, they're talking about the classic D20. You take your skill modifier, you roll a D20, and you add that skill modifier. That then needs to exceed what the difficulty challenge rating or the difficulty check or the DC, whatever you want to call it, that needs to exceed the DC. So, if I have a strength of +4, let's say I have a +4 to my strength modifier, then I'm going to roll a d20. See? Look at that. There's a 5. And I add a 4 to that, which becomes a 9. The DC check might be a 10. It might be a 15. Regardless, I have failed. If you roll a natural 20, which again, I never do, I sometimes doubt my dice even have 20 sides, it's critical success. If you roll a natural 1, which is what I am key at doing, that is my clutch move, roll a natural 1, it's critical fail. The second one that I want to talk about is the updated 2d20. This is the one I like. So this is used by Modifius, and it is used in the Fallout RPG, where you have 2d20s. What you need to do is roll under your target number. That's pretty easy with the 2d20s. The game master will decide, do you need 2 success or do I need 1 success? So, if the target number is 7 and I need 1 success, I need to roll under 7, 17 and cocked. I need to roll under 7 in order to succeed. 17 and 18. I need to use these dice for classic d20. I failed because I rolled over what the target number was. 0 successes. Let's go. DC 7. Target number TN 7. There we go. Double sixes. Huzzah. I finally won. So there's 2 successes. If you roll a natural 1, critical success. That counts as 2 success. If you roll a natural 20, which I never do, critical fail. 2 failures. So if your game master has decided that your group skill check needs 4 successes, you already rolled a 20, you're already down by 2. You have 2 failures. That's not good. So, that is my particular big man Bernardo. Thank you for donating $10. Love you. You are the best. World Builder Slide number 3. Thank you, big man Bernardo. I greatly appreciate you. And thank you for hitting that follow button. Thank you for joining the club and choosing to live with advantage. You're the best. So we are just doing the 2 TLDR version of our campaign World Builder. I will donate more if you complete challenges. Sure you will. Okay, cool. I don't know if Demetrio's in the chat, but whatevs. The 2d10 system. This is also known as the donation, or the percentile. I'm looking at my screen that says donation. This is the percentile system. This is kind of complicated, and this is kind of weird. So you will have the 2d10s, which look like this. So you have that. No, that's upside down. That's totally upside down. There's 20 and a 6. So that equals 26, right? So give me 2 seconds here. We're going to do that. Okay. So the percentile system. You have the 2d10s. So this turns out to be a 16. Right? Awesome. So, with that, how do you figure out what is happening with the 2d10s? The game master will decide you might have a 40% chance of success. So I need to roll under 40%. There is a 36. Success. Awesome. I'm going to have a 70% chance of failure. So what does that mean? It means that I have 70% chance of failure. I need to roll over 70 in order to succeed. That's an 18, friends. That's a fail. So, percentile system. It's not hard. It's not easy. You can find it in most games as a supplements rule set where you'll use a percentile dice for different things. It's used in Vampire the Masquerade. It's used in Cyberpunk as a supplement to the rule sets. What else? We also have this one. The new Essence 20. This one is only been around for a couple of years. This was actually created by Renegade Games. It's used in the Transformers rule set. It's kind of complicated. I don't really dig it, but I'm gonna bring it to light anyway. So you have your D20 that you need to roll, and then depending on what skill check is, you'll have to roll your D2. Where's my D2? Did I get rid of my D2? Nope, there it is. You have to roll your D2 or your D3. Whoops, I need to back those up a little bit. So what the Sam Hell is a D2 and a D3. A D2 is a D4. You roll your D4, 1, 2, is 1, 3, 4 is 2. So I rolled a 4, I would add 2. A d3 is a d6 busted up. So you have 3. 1, 2 is 1, 3, 4 is 2, and 5, 6 is 3. That is a d3. That is a lot of stupidness for one game. Why? That's a lot of math, and it's a lot of awkwardness. A d2 is a coin flip. That's dumb. Don't do that. I personally don't like this system, but you know what? Some people find it entertaining, other people find it entertaining. World Builder. Slide number 5, because I'm reading my screen now, is the 4d6 system. This is the one that I use. This is the one that we are going to be using for my specific campaign. And it is literally 4d6. That's it. 4d6. Everybody has d6. Everybody has 6-sided dice kicking around. You have them in Yahtzee, you have them in Monopoly, you have them in Risk. 4d6 is not hard to come by. What is a 4d6 system? I want to run up to the bad guy. I want to jump off the oak tree that's on the left-hand side. I want to parkour and hit him on the head. Okay, that sounds pretty badass. I need you to roll 2 successes in order to have that happen. What is a success on a d6 system? It is a 5 or a 6. That is a success. If you are able to roll with advantage, sometimes it'd be nice enough to give you a 4. 4, 5, or 6. That would be a success. Anything under would be a failure. So if you need 2 successes, you would need to roll a 5 or a 6 on those 2 dice. It's pretty basic. This is the rule system that is easy for anybody to jump into a game, because all you're doing is literally, this is what I want to do. Okay, roll 2d6. And if you get it, then that's awesome. If you have advantage, then you need a 4, 5, 6. Anybody can play the game. Anybody can participate. So, whatever rule set you want to use in your game, it's your campaign. This is your game. You are the dungeon master, you are the game master, you're the one who set the rules. With that, make sure the rules are able for everybody to pay attention to. Make sure the rules are easy enough for anyone to be able to say, I like this rule system and I want to play this game. If you use a complicated rule set that's going to cause a lot of confusion, it might not go over very well, but this is your campaign. This is your game. This is your world. You can do whatever you want. So, with that being said, we went into the actual world building campaign builder itself. So, we decided that this game was going to take place in post-apocalyptical Simcoe Muskoka counties, and it was going to have a medieval fantasy vibe. The terrain is going to be towny, it's going to be flat, it's going to be sandy. Georgian Bay has dried up, there's no more water. The Ontario Forest Reserve still exists, but it's overgrown. It has Black Forest vibes, very Wizard of Oz flavored. The Nottawa River is now just a creek, or the Nottawasaga River is now just a creek. Wasaga is a ghost town. Very little resources. The only people who still live in Wasaga are those that lived there for generations. They know the land and they've figured out how to make the land profitable and survivable. Excuse me. Collingwood is now very Fallout flavored. Very destroyed and taken over by the land. Vegetation is sparse, does not grow where or how it used to. Different types of vegetation now exist. The ski lifts are overgrown, and the big slide is now busted through with a large tree. The scenic caves are now more like dilapidated homes instead of caves. The natural cold and the permafrost is being used as fridges. Plants have become sentient and both hunt and are hunted by humans. I put humans on here because we haven't decided what type of people our citizens are. That comes later on. Cannibalism is part of the folklore and is used as reminders for mistakes that we've done in the past. The land is affected by strange new forms, and at times there are storms that rage for days or weeks or months. This has led the survivors to be creative in how they ride them out. Maybe some of these storms are caused by a malfunctioning ecological satellite. Um, the governments or political systems. It's been divided up by region. So each region has its own elders that represent different clans, overall decide how stuff runs. It's a democratic caste system that we have termed the geriatric democracy. And Talalisi gets credit for that because, oh my goodness. I just love that so much, the geriatric democracy. So the caste system, what does that look like? You have the super elder, who is voted in by the lesser old dudes. Roughly, he's going to be about 80. The lesser old dudes are voted on by the sub old dudes, 75 to 79 years old. The sub old dudes are appointed once they hit the age of 65 to 75, and they are appointed. And then you have your regular town council that is roughly from 50 to 64. That is a hilarious emote. That's not even a pylon shrug. That's like a shy guy with a crown. I like that. I'm gonna make that your personal emote. LWATC. That's gonna be the emote. Languages. So common is what everyone speaks, but each region is gonna have a different enunciation. Sure, fine, a different pronunciation. Whatever. There are highly educated people who do know several different languages. There's a region that has a hard A, like Usega, car, car keys, khakis, that type of stuff. Kind of the same as like the Newfoundland East Coast vibe. The improper syllables. Roughly like the New Lowell area, I was thinking would probably have the improper syllables where they pronounce things like avocado, schedule, cantaloupe, Miami Beach, wrong word town. They use the incorrect word for things like raw toast, milk tea juice, flat bowl, hot bean water, those type things. The broken common town. They use improper adjectives. They only speak with one syllable words. There's a deaf town. Only sign language is used. I'm actually super excited for this one because I think this is where utilizing like American Sign Language would be amazing, and it's always something I wanted to learn anyway. How are family names generated? Family names are generated from the past, so you would still have your generations that still carry down their old names, but generic last names are based on profession. And so those could be transplants from other areas. So if I moved to Usega from Barrie, I might be Scribe. My name might be Adelaide Scribe because that's what I am. We haven't decided what the world name is going to be. There is a page that says like, hey, what's your world name? We haven't decided that yet. So if you have any ideas on what the name of the world as a whole should be, let me know. If you're watching the VOD and you have some ideas of, this would be a great name for the world, shoot me a message. You can put comments in the video, and I do respond to comments. You can message me anywhere you like, and let me know. Environmental buffs. So there's a windy region where windmills exist. The citizens are more dexterous and they have sand skiffs to get around. The Ontario Forest Reserve regions, they're gnarly forests that have radioactive berries. The animals are weird, possibly man-eating plants. There's a rainy region on top of Blue Mountain where everything is wet. Everything is constantly wet. Everything is condensed. It's a marshland. The water that does trickle down the hill is caught by the citizens of Collingwood and is used for drinking water. But the water is contaminated and causes physical issues? Possibly. Maybe this is a quest hook. A meadowland would be like around Stainer. This is fertile ground where only certain crops would grow. Winter has not been a thing for 40 years. Sorry. Um, the Meadowland is in Stainer. This is the fertile ground where only certain crops would grow. Period. Winter has not been a thing for 40 years. Roughly, this is kind of where we are leaning for a timeline for the apocalypse. Summers are ridiculously stupid. Super hot, super dry. A warning is summer is coming. There is a region that has longer and darker nights, and people who live there have dark vision or can see better in the dark. One thing that does happen is that there are lunar showers, and they often make landfall, which is called razor rain by many. Seasons last for years opposed to months. Currently, we are in fall, and it has lasted for 5 years. The summer was death to a lot of communities, and summer's still rebuilding. Time management or measurement, sorry. We measure time based on if it's bright, it's daytime. If it's dark, it's nighttime. One dark plus one night equals one day. A full moon equals a month cycle. So if someone said, I saw him 3 moons ago, it means that he saw him 3 full moon cycles ago. 10 full moons equals 1 decade, or decemvir. We haven't really put a solid thing on that yet, which equals 1 year. That does not match today's timeline. That is a timeline that we have decided what we're going to do. And natural events. So, the cataclysm. That is what has caused this entire thing. That is what has created the world that we know. The cataclysm, known as after cataclysm or maybe post cataclysm, we haven't decided yet, was technical overdependence. A nuke was headed for Ottawa and was pushed off course by military and in turn crashed into Kempenfelt Bay, which caused the nuclear explosion that then evaporated all the water in Georgian Bay and surrounding bodies of water, thus also causing the environmental effects that we know today. After the cataclysm was the splash damage of nuclear winter. Darker than dark, colder than cold, the air would turn your skin to black as soon as it was exposed. Taking a breath risked the moisture in your lungs to freeze. This is what was known as the longest year. All sense of time was lost because there was no day-night cycle. No one could tell what season it was or how long it had been. People fled both underground or into shelters to survive. A generation passed until someone was brave enough to leave the shelter and see what the world had become. That was about 40-ish years ago. Finally, the Devil's Room, the Ember Age, Hell's Touch, the Summering, whatever we want to call it, was 2 years ago. It was the complete opposite of winter. The heat took what little water was left. The crops dried up. There was constant smell of sulfur in the air. Word has mentioned that volcanoes became more active and destroyed what small towns had survived the winter. Maybe there's volcanoes in this area, we haven't decided. Maybe there's a possible fissure in the area, again, we haven't decided. So, in conclusion, I do want to say thank you to everyone who hung out with me today for my first episode of Campaign World Building. We got some really amazing ideas, and I hope that if you're using this video as an idea source to source your own campaign, amazing. Take some of the ideas. The only takeaway I ask is that you remember that this is your campaign. I am streaming the campaign that I am building for my transformational life coaching practice. I am streaming the campaign that I am building to help my clients deal with trauma, to help my clients deal with past generational trauma, as well as mental health. The way I am building this is going to be different than the way that you build your campaign. And the way that you build your campaign is different than the way that someone else's is going to build their campaign. Have fun with it. This is your creation. This is your world. This is how you can create whatever you want to happen. And if you want to get this book, you can find it on Amazon. It is made by Sean Griggs, and I bought it on Amazon for maybe 20 bucks. And as I say, it has all of the information that you need. It has all of the questions that we were answering in this document. With that, we were here for 4 hours and we only made it to page 2, chat. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to message me, whether it be through my website, whether it be through DM through Twitch, whether it be through the comments on YouTube, whether it be through just SMS because you know me personally. Let me know how you found this video. And if you found this video entertaining enough, then maybe next Saturday we'll continue on. Maybe next Saturday we will do, another couple of questions on how we can build this world together. And more importantly, if you feel that there is a bunch of people who would actually love this this session or this program of campaign world building, let me know. And maybe I can borrow some space from some friends in the community and we can do this in person and we can help each other build our own campaigns. So all of that in the end, thank you for smashing that follow button. Thank you for sharing ideas with me, and if you have any comments, questions, or concerns for anything that you saw in this video, please feel free to reach out. But most importantly, in Dungeons & Dragons, when a player uses the help action, the other player gets to roll with advantage. So let me use the help action to help you live with advantage. Have a great day.